All right, everyone, welcome to the Tuesday, October 5th workshop session of the Liberty Lake City Council. We will start with a roll call, and just note that the mayor is out of town. We'll excuse her in the 7 o'clock session. Councilmember Van Orman.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Ball.
Here.
Councilmember Cargill's here. Councilmember Spencer.
Present.
Councilmember Dunn.
Happy to be here.
And Councilmember Kennedy.
Present.
Okay, all council members here and accounted for, and we'll turn it over to Mark to talk about the review of ordinance 115C.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. What I'm hoping to do here is to review a little bit based on the origin of the ordinance, and then turn it over to the council to have a conversation. And of course, if there are questions that need clarification, staff will be available to be able to do that. And so, Evan, if you can go to the next slide. For the benefit of the two council members that were not on the council at the time that the ordinance was brought before council and passed, I wanted to just do a quick review. And before I do that, we're talking about ordinance 115C on this workshop. And the title of the ordinance is here, related to unlawful camping and storage of personal property on public property.
Sorry about that.
And just to point out, I'm going to let Evan handle the. We good? Okay. And just to point out that going back to February of 2023, the city formed a working group to kind of do some research and bring forward recommendations to the city council in light of some of the decisions that had come out of the Ninth Circuit and some other places with respect to camping, sleeping in public, parking in public places, those kinds of things. And so in doing that, the group met over the course of several months, was made up of elected officials, city staff, board and commission members, partners from local agencies. And so in doing that, that ordinance was brought forward in anticipation of the Supreme Court ruling one or both of the primary cases in question to be unconstitutional. That was Martin v. Boise and Grants Pass versus Johnson. And we'll talk a little bit more about that here. Evan, if you can go to the next slide. But just to give just a very brief background for Councilmember Ball and Councilmember Kennedy, who were not on the council at the time, going back to 2009, you had this case, Martin v. City of Boise. The federal district court in Oregon ruled in favor of the city of Boise's enforcement of ordinances prohibiting sleeping or camping in public places. Fast forward 10 years, Martin v. Boise went to the Ninth Circuit. It was appealed by Martin and et al., and it went to the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit overruled the district court, and it found that criminalizing sleeping or camping in public violated the Eighth Amendment's prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. So in 2019, that started this kind of cascading effect of different things happening in different places, mostly in the Ninth Circuit. And that ruling, the 2019 ruling by the Ninth Circuit, prohibited enforcing ordinances outlawing sleeping or camping in public places if, and this was the caveat, if no available shelter beds exist throughout, and this applied throughout the Ninth Circuit. 2019, there was then there was a appeal, and then it became the City of Boise v. Martin, because the Ninth Circuit's decision ruling was appealed. The city filed a writ, a petition with the U.S. Supreme Court, and at that time, the Supreme Court declined to hear the case. Next slide, please. Then looking at 2020, the City of Grants Pass versus Johnson case was filed in federal district court, and the court ruled in favor of Johnson. This case declaring that the City of Grants Pass's enforcement of the ordinance prohibiting sleeping or camping in public unconstitutional, violating the Eighth Amendment. Same thing, cruel and unusual punishment. 2022, the City of Grants Pass v. Johnson went to the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit upheld the district court's ruling while citing its previous ruling in Martin v. Boise as the precedent. And that ruling affirmed prohibitions established in Martin v. Boise but it also specifically emphasized that cities are not prohibited from regulating camping in all circumstances, only in those cases where no alternative shelter is available. This probably sounds familiar. You've heard these things being discussed in the news and other places for years now. And then 2022, I mentioned this just a minute ago, the city of Liberty Lake established a working group, study the ordinances related to camping and make some recommendations to the council for any necessary revisions. And that was done through that process that I mentioned earlier. And that was eventually brought to the city council, which passed ordinance 115C in June of 2023, making several changes to the municipal code. And those were in the sections that were specifically related to public parks. And then a new section was created on just specifically discussing camping on public property. Next slide, Evan, please. Fast forward to 2024, City of Grants Pass v. Johnson goes to the United States Supreme Court. SCOTUS overruled the Ninth Circuit's ruling in the Grants Pass case, and that effectively also overruled Martin v. Boise. And the ruling declared that that local ordinances prohibiting everyone from sleeping, they weren't targeted only to people experiencing homelessness. It was everyone from sleeping or camping in public places do not violate the Eighth Amendment's prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. And then another case locally here in the state of Washington, Potter v. City of Lacey, and this is important because of some of the wording in our ordinance. The Washington Supreme Court ruled that municipal ordinances enforcing RV parking prohibitions on people experiencing homelessness does not violate interstate travel rights under the Constitution. Fast forward to tonight where we're having the workshop regarding ordinance 115C. Evan, if you can go to the next slide. Before we move on to the risk management report, are there any questions about the case history on either of these that we need to review other than that very brief overview? Back on August the 12th, I emailed you all a risk management bulletin that we received from WCIA, who is our risk management provider. And it provided a synopsis of the court's decisions. And specifically, I'm referring to the third page of that document that is section titled Implication for Washington Municipalities. And so from a risk management perspective, WCIA has concluded, and we agree with these conclusions, that the decisions, and it's talking about in the Grants Pass case and in the City of Lacey case at the state Supreme Court level, those two decisions uphold the reasonable exercise of police power by cities as one tool to address issues with homelessness. But neither of those decisions or both of those decisions collectively don't affect due process protections of homeless individuals who are affected by city actions to remove encampments. And so with those two risk management conclusions that we agree with, Evan, if you can go to the next slide, specifically related to the work that was done by the working group, the anticipation of the Supreme Court ruling, the risk management assessment that we received from WCIA, based on those two things, the staff's recommendation is not to change anything in Ordinance 115C. And there are some reasons why that we can go through in specific sections of the ordinance if you'd like. We realize that this is not the staff's decision, but the recommendation based on those two factors is to not change 115C. But now, Evan, go to the next slide for me, please. Now opening up to questions and discussions for the council to contemplate what it may like to consider with respect to Ordinance 115C.
Questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Gunn.
I'd be very interested in what, I'm trying to think how to describe this. Staff is recommending no changes. I'd be very interested in specifically areas of this that you recommend to not change within the ordinance. If it's possible to identify sections or areas of the ordinance that you would suggest not changing.
So if I might anticipate a question, one area that I would not recommend changing if we go to, and you've got this in the packet, ordinance 115C is in the packet. So if we go to, let's start at the beginning. I would not recommend changing any of the purpose statements, any of the definitions. I would not recommend changing what unlawful camping is or the areas to which this specific ordinance applies, which is any city-owned or maintained right-of-way, trail park, park facility, open space, parking lot, building and grounds, or golf course, or any area where camping obstructs or interferes with city-owned or maintained right-of-way or the intended public use of the property. And those two scopes apply throughout the policy, and they're mentioned multiple times. And then it goes through and talks about procedures. I wouldn't recommend changing any of that. I wouldn't recommend changing penalty for violations. Some of the specific procedures that are defined, for example, in section 8-9-6 are with the express purpose of preserving those due process rights that the WCIA mentioned in their brief. Notification requirements, property storage requirements, those kinds of things. And then when you get to section 8-9-7, this is the section that most or more than any others, the working group spent a lot of time trying to massage this language to make sure that again, with the anticipation that the Supreme Court was going to take some kind of adverse action against one of the Ninth Circuit's cases, rulings, that we wanted to make sure was, call it future-proof. And I'll read it. And those two definitions, those two scopes that I just read are also included in that. Except as otherwise provided in this section, and the title of the section is Enforcement Suspended. Enforcement of criminal provisions of this chapter shall be suspended anytime there is no space or beds available in regional homeless shelters that accept patrons from the city to the extent such available space or beds are required by law. In such circumstances, all provisions of this chapter may continue to apply to camping, storage of personal property, including camp facilities and camp paraphernalia, and unauthorized encampments at the following, and then it lists those two scopes that I read before. The phrase in this section, which is to the extent such available space or beds are required by law, in our opinion, makes this enforcement suspended provision able to stick in light of the Supreme Court decision, because the law no longer requires beds to be available for us to enforce. The law does not require that. So this clause in this enforcement suspended section gives us the ability to enforce even if there are no beds and shelters in the region. And again, that was anticipated to a certain extent based on the assumption that at some point the Supreme Court was going to take up one of these cases.
Great. I'm grateful for the summary, and I think that's very informative. To restate my perception, risk management, our risk team has assessed that the ordinance is in its current state acceptable. And the staff is recommending also that there should be no changes to it. Just want that's my perception. Thanks.
Yes.
Mark,
Yes,
quick
sir.
question. As you know, you and I have talked about this. So my particular concerns with 896 and 897 is when I read them, it seemed to be, to me, language that reflected a pre-court ruling as opposed to a post-court ruling. And so specifically on 897, the language about essentially that we are going to suspend enforcement if there are no beds available is part of the whole reason why this case came to a head in the Boise case and in the Grants Pass case. So I'm trying to determine what makes this different than what was previously ruled upon by the Ninth Circuit and then overturned by the Supreme Court.
So in this case, you're right. This was written pre-Supreme Court ruling. And so at the time, the law required that enforcement shall be suspended if, in these circumstances,
Right.
if there were no shelter beds available and it really, the court rulings really don't define how big that area is.
Right.
We chose in our ordinance to define it as in regional homeless shelters because we're dealing with potentially shelters in multiple states in a metropolitan region that we do refer people to from time to time, and people come from other states to our region. And so that was a pre-court development of language. What we believe, and as I stated earlier, what the group anticipated in that conversation was if one or both of those rulings was overturned, the law would not require that. And so the phrase, to the extent such space or beds are required by law, means that if the law was preserved and it required us to do that, we would still be required to do it. And in that case, if the Supreme Court had not ruled, enforcement would be suspended under circumstances where no beds were available. Since the Supreme Court is overruled and now that law is no longer in effect, again, we believe that the phrase to the extent such available space or beds are required by law, they're not required by law, so we're not required to suspend.
Yes, Councilmember Van Orn.
Mark, since we have regional shelters in our budget, how are these regional shelters funded?
They are not funded in our budget.
Okay.
We have no shelters inside the city of Liberty Lake. Chief, do you want to kind of maybe provide a brief overview of some of the shelters and where they're located?
Good evening. A majority of the shelters are in Spokane, to sum it up. One of the issues that Mark and I discussed was, and just for information, we have never used this ordinance for enforcement purposes, ever. But one of the problems is, hypothetically, if we were to transport someone to one of our local shelters, whether it's the HOC, House of Charity, the Mission, which is gone, I think, I can't remember, but any of those, it takes one of our officers off the streets from anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, hour and a half, just to do that transport. So from a staffing standpoint, that is a burden on our patrol to pick someone up, their property, take them downtown, find a shelter, number one, that's willing to accept, and then travel back to Liberty Lake. So that's a little bit of burden on our patrol. But a majority of the shelters, if not all of the shelters right now, are downtown or in that sector.
So to follow up on that, what happens when we do? Because they are moving in to
Well,
other jurisdictions.
They are, but our transient population that we are encountering, they're unique. And what I mean by that is, a majority of the transient population that we come in contact with are trying to get away from what they are experiencing downtown. That's the drugs, the alcohol, the violence, the robberies, all of those things that happen within that sector of society. And so when they come here, they're not asking for help. Our staff, they're really good about helping first. What can we do for you? Is there anything that you need from us? And generally the response is nothing. And thank you for being so nice. They generally don't ask for the help. No matter what, we can give you a ride back downtown, which they really don't want. And, you know, any assistance, they're perfectly fine. Another aspect as far as talking about the unique nature of our transient population is we're not seeing a lot that are actually laying their head here within the city. Yet we're seeing them during the daytime when they're flying the sign and they're asking for help, or maybe they're coming to use our amenities. But we have the river right here. And so a lot of them camp along the river, which is state parks. We have a lot of wooded private area around here. They're laying their heads there. So we're not seeing the same thing that we're seeing in downtown Spokane with the transient population camping on the sidewalks, camping in front of the library, camping in, you know, in all these public places, because they do have the ability to go and not be seen. And that's what they're looking for when they come here. And that's just not me speaking. I've been, when we had this working group, and I don't know if you saw any of the videos, but I was going out and interviewing people that we came in contact with. What do you need from us? Why are you here? You know, where do you sleep? And they just come to town because, and I'll be completely honest with you, our citizens are willing to help here, which is another thing. And that's why they come, because of the generosity of our citizens. A good example of that is we have a gentleman, I think he's still here over by the Chevron. We received a telephone call about him camping behind the Chevron. And the citizen was just confirmed fire danger, was concerned about a fire potentially. Well, the issue was it's private property, number one. The property owner was allowing him to live there, number two, and they were helping him out because they felt bad for him. And so the public versus private property issue that we're having, that's one of the issues, is that the citizens here want to help. And they are generous. And so again, we're not seeing the people, and every now and then we do have someone sleeping on the walking bridge or something like that, but it's rare. And like I said, we have that unique, you know, geographical feature like the river and the wooded areas and all that's private property, and that's where they're laying their heads.
Councilmember Ricketts.
Can I ask you another question? Do you recommend any changes to the ordinance from what you've seen?
I do not. I know Mark and I have reviewed it. Darren and I literally did the same exercise that you just did. We went section by section. And there was a point where I felt there may have been, but after careful consideration and discussion with DC and Mark and rereading it, I don't believe there's any changes that are needed.
Thank you.
Chief, real quick follow-up to that. I just want to make sure that what you said at the beginning is not what plays out. And what I mean by that is I don't want the police department to have to be in the position of, taking homeless folks or folks who need help to all these different beds and being caught up in that as opposed to enforcing the law. So are you comfortable that that's not going to happen based on the language that we have?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chase. All right, Mark, do we want to move on to the next topic?
We can. I just want to follow up and confirm by saying, again, the staff has made a recommendation, but we fully acknowledge that if the council wants to take some action or consider making some changes, we're obviously going to follow through with your desire. But like you've heard the chief clarify, and what we just stated, because of the specific way that this clause was worded, and because of the action the Supreme Court took, we don't believe this hampers our ability to enforce, even when there are no beds available in regional shelters.
Yeah, John?
So the other thing is, when there were two things that come to mind for me when we were going through this. The chief was trying to reconcile the definitions for camping and how their applicability applied relative to the ordinance. And then the other one was, as you mentioned, pre-decision, post-decision. And so the language was written in the suspension area with the idea that there wouldn't be a gap, however the Supreme Court ruled. So there would still be an effective ordinance in place. And that's why you say to the extent that with beds or shelter space, because if the court ruled one way, then it would apply this way. If it ruled the other way, then there wouldn't be provision that would violate what the decision of the court was. So we drafted it in a way that you would allow for either decision to be made by the court.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Want to do town hall or town square? I beg your pardon?
Sure. And so I'll cue this up, and then I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Ball. So we've talked about, a master plan for Town Square for a while. It's been on our CFP for a couple of years. The intention going into 2024, it was programmed and scheduled for 2024. And as we started looking at not only capacity issues, but some of the other projects that were running in parallel, and then the fact that we were about to enter our comprehensive planning cycle, which includes an overall parks master plan, we elected to move the town square master plan specifically to another year. And you've seen that reflected in the draft CFP that Lisa went over last council meeting. Even still, there's some vision that needs to be shaped, and we're confident that that'll happen during the master planning process. But in advance of that, I think in particular, Councilmember Ball wanted to share some thoughts and ideas and get some opinions about Town Square in particular. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ball.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks for putting this on the agenda for me finally. So yeah, this is kind of a pet project for me. Ever since I moved here, I thought, what is that big, ugly dirt spot in the middle of town? And that's Town Square, the 4 some odd acres that's left after the space where we have the farmer's market. It's just, in my opinion, it's a blight, and it needs to be developed into something that I would equate to a downtown, a walkable downtown, which we do not have. We don't have anywhere where you can just go and maybe hit a few little shops, sit down on a bench, have a cup of coffee. So that was kind of my first idea. Then once when I was over in Issaquah, this was when I was going through the city academy. I was at Gilman Village, which I adore. It's a little shopping area, and these are small businesses, and but it's quaint. It's connected by like wooden sidewalks, and there's trees, there's coffee, there's a little restaurant. And given that we don't have a ton of space there, it's not going to be big enough for like an aquatic center, which I know people really want. It's not safe to put ball fields there because there's busy roads on all the sides. So I thought, well, that might be a good spot. And remember when I showed you those pictures, this was when I was, in City Academy. So then when I went to Wenatchee for that conference earlier this summer, Mayor Kamiskas said, go look at Pybus Market. And you've been there too, as I understand it. In Wenatchee? Oh, she said Annie knows it too. Okay, well, anyway, it's like a small, really scaled down version of Pike Place Market. They even have the market sign over the street, and cute. And it's not that big. It was a small steel factory apparently at one time. You walk in the door, I walked in the door, and on the left was a cute little specialty kitchen shop. On the right was a little wine tasting room. You go on and there's a little place to get coffee, a couple little restaurants, some vendors in the middle. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. And it would fit there. So then in the winter, when you don't want to be, outside schlepping through the snow from disjointed, shops or restaurants or whatever, you can just go in there and meet people there and enjoy yourself. Just something to do in the winter that would fit on that property. So right now, if you guys are ever in Wenatchee, I would suggest going into Pybus. It's not fancy. It's, like I said, an old steel factory, but it has a lot of character. And I think something like that would be really ideal for Town Square. So I'm just throwing this out there because, and I know we can't do it tomorrow or even, next year, but I want you guys to be thinking about what you would like to see on that property. Again, it's not big enough for something grandiose. It's just not. We can't put a theater there or anything like that. But this would be something that I think would add some interest to the city and be kind of a little downtown gathering space. So that's my thoughts. So I just wanted to see if anybody else has ever looked at that property and thought, gee, I want X there.
Comments, questions, thoughts?
Oh, come on, you guys, you know the property. You have no ideas, nothing.
Councilmember Kurtz.
So I've not been to the one in Wenatchee, but I was at one in San Diego that was old naval housing was used on the post there. And then, of course, I've been to Seattle, and there's also one in Bozeman where there are little markets. And I do think the idea of something like that is interesting from the standpoint of incubating smaller businesses who can't afford to do a shop. So I have thought about something like that there. I like the idea of us trying to figure out what we might envision for that so that we can do some community engagement on that. And then also figuring out who would pay for that. As we're talking about infrastructure and how could there be some other sort of partnership there so that the city doesn't have to, you know, make a huge investment there, but the land could be used. I like the idea of having something, some sort of a downtown because I think we do lack that. I think that's one of the things that citizens have talked about, even in some of our surveys as well. But I'd be curious what other thoughts other people have, what to do with that property. So when it does come time to do that planning, there's a little bit of scaffolding in place and some things that we can ask our community about.
Councilmember Van Orman.
I helped to do Town Square, to go ahead and envision what it was. And I still think a Olympic-sized swimming pool. You see Hilliard, you see Mission, you see all these different swimming pools inside of the city of Spokane. And they are on a busy street. And there's plenty of room where it's at. Love the idea of expanding out our farmer's market. That's where the little park setting came in with the parking lot. Make sure that that happens, that everybody has a place to go ahead and join together and have a meeting space. If you've ever been to Vancouver and see their kind of their town square, has an iconic clock with fish all over it, if you remember.
Granville Island, is that what you're talking about? Or?
Vancouver.
Yeah, Granville Island though in Vancouver.
No, it's their town square.
Are you talking about British Columbia or Washington?
Washington.
Oh, sorry. I'm in Canada. Okay, sorry, sorry, Wendy.
That's okay. But it's really not, I mean, yes, it's great to go ahead and talk about what the city council wants, but ultimately, what does the community want?
Well,
And
yeah.
you're absolutely right. And community engagement committee is perfect spot to find out what the community wants for that spot. But
Yeah,
once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah,
So
I forgot to
it's
say though,
planned
I
well.
did want the CEC involved. Yeah.
If we only had a couple of community engagement commission members here, we could.
Yep.
ask-
We do.
it'd be-
Oh, joking. Yeah.
Councilmember Kennedy.
I felt it was always great when the city went ahead and saw the wisdom to purchase that property. I would certainly recommend the city look at doing the same thing, which is why we still have some raw land in this community to maybe do something like that. Great idea to have, Linda. But in 2017, 18, 19, I think Councilman Dunn would probably remember, we've had quite a few meetings in regards to that property and what we could do with that and what we could encourage. And we had a lot of ideas. People came in with the ideas of what they've done in Vegas and other towns where we encourage businesses on one level, condominiums or apartments above that to be able to get some income that's more affordable for senior citizens who are wanting to downsize, and yet they're still looking for something like that. There was a lot of photos that came in, a lot of discussion. I was excited about it because Actually, Betty and I looked at that with the idea that, because we're familiar with what they've done in Vegas and also San Diego, we said, that's something we're interested in. We would be interested in buying on the second story, as long as there was some parking and stuff. That sort of tied into the bond to build, bring the library over there and also City Hall. And when that went by the wayside, I think most of that went by the wayside. But the stumbling block was, and will be, is that it's the commercial, the developers we need to get involved. They're the ones who really would be the driving force of that. To say, okay, we have this land, what can we do with that? And how can we market that? So I think it's a great idea. We've looked at it. I don't want to say we've kicked that can down the road because we keep talking about it. But it is a piece of land that we eventually can do something with. I would really like for the city to consider buying some additional raw land, because once it's gone, it's gone.
Councilmember Van Orman.
The one thing that we did talk about is bringing in, maybe the federal government. We need a new post office really bad. And that would be a perfect spot to put it right there in the corner.
If I may add, one of the things that came up was STA. This came up in the discussion, is like you picture STA where they have their bus station downtown, the main one, they have retail space in there. And what was thrown out, the possibility that maybe STA would have some interest of developing something there. And therefore they would build the building, they would have some retail space that they could lease out, and it would still benefit the city. Councilman Dunn, do you recall any of that?
To project on that, my perception as a board member at STA, the agency is working on a network, I call it, rather than a central hub and spoken definition. And a network which is based on nodes, and a node, we'll call it, is a lot like what we have as our park and ride. It affords a central place to, I'd say, always have fixed route, move in and out of, and also upcoming is going to be mobility on demand or other Lyft like Uber or Uber services that
Right.
support fixed route. But that as investments on the properties to support that, I don't think that the agency is pursuing extensive investment in that support set. So I guess I can't echo conversations of that nature amongst board members or within the strategic planning for STA.
Thank you.
Any additional, Councilmember Spencer?
I saw Chief Simmons over there saying, no, no, no. What, would you share your thoughts on why that wouldn't be a good idea, Chief?
The STA,
Yeah.
just looking at the problems that the STA has at their depot downtown. We just had the discussion on the homeless population. One of the reasons why we're seeing an increase is because of that direct connect with Liberty Lake that they established, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago now. It's gonna bring some problems. If you had something that large here that would be similar to downtown.
Yeah.
Because it becomes a hangout spot. So.
One other option that I'll just throw out there that I don't think, and Councilmember Dunn and Kennedy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've ever talked about leasing out the land. So that way we keep the land, it's still the city land, but to Councilmember Kennedy's point, we could bring in someone private who could propose doing something major with the land, as opposed to the city building more buildings and more schools and libraries and all these different things and having more buildings to take care of. We could talk about the potential of saying, okay, this is always going to be city land, but if a developer wants to come in and propose something big, like in a place for condos or restaurants or whatever, then maybe we could lease it out.
That actually was one of the things that was discussed quite a bit. And if I remember correctly, there was a lot of interest from council at the time with the idea that realizing that if we still own the land and lease that out, that's a long-term revenue source for the city without the responsibility of us having to maintain equipment and stuff like we have now. So once again, great idea.
Any other? Yes, Councilmember Ball.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with leasing it, Councilmember Cargill, that's fine. I can't emphasize enough how strange it is that I think we don't have a downtown, and I realize that on the River District side, they've got all those little businesses kind of clustered around the barbecue place and the pizza place, and they're gonna build something else over there. But I think I've said this before too. Why should everything be over there? That's interesting, we're a part of the city too, so we need our own little downtown over here. I mean, they're sure welcome to come from across the freeway, but we need our own space. So I really want a downtown, even if it's tiny.
Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Dunn.
I just reflect, Linda, on that space for our burgeoning farmers market and specifically, structures which would support extending its season.
Yes,
I recognize the team that has assembled and continues to run it, has reached a max of what they have as available space already. So, if there were to be even short-term improvements that would enable, and increase the capacity of what we do and maybe, support it beyond its current seasonal window.
Right.
I think that'd be a great thing to consider.
well, right, and that's, that's very similar to, again, the concept of like Pike Place Market. It's year round, but some of it's inside. So, yeah, this could be an extension of the farmer's market as well.
My only other observation would reflect on city ownership of commercial property.
Right.
And on tonight's agenda, we've got more on that effort, which has been 2 years in the running and it's just been a real challenge. So our city doesn't have a good track record
Right.
of producing physical facilities that we're expecting to be commercially operated.
Anything else?
Well, I was just gonna say, well, that's why your idea of leasing it's,
The land, yeah.
yeah, not a bad idea.
All right, we will adjourn until the 7 o'clock meeting, when we will have our general business. Thank you. All right, it is 7 o'clock, so we will begin the Tuesday, October 15th, 2024 edition of the Liberty Lake City Council, our regular session. We'll start off with our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilmember Spencer is going to give our invocation. Please rise.
Our Father in heaven, we come before thee this evening in gratitude for the blessing it is to meet together as community members and leaders, and we're thankful for the opportunity that we have to work together to solve the issues of the city. We are grateful for our city staff and first responders and all those who are working so hard on our behalf, and pray that thou will bless them and their families. We pray that thou will also bless all of those throughout our country and throughout the world who are suffering the ravages of natural disasters and armed conflicts. We pray that thou will bless them and guide them and give them comfort. We ask for thy wisdom and blessings this evening as we discuss the different things on the agenda this night, and these blessings and favors we pray for in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here, those in chambers and those online as well. We will begin with our roll call, and then we'll ask for a motion to excuse the mayor. So Councilmember Van Orman,
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz,
Present.
Councilmember Ball,
Here,
Councilmember Cargill's here, Councilmember Spencer,
Present.
Councilmember Dunn,
Happy to be here.
and Councilmember Kennedy.
President,
Can we have a motion to excuse the mayor?
make a motion to excuse the mayor.
Second.
Okay, the motion is to excuse the mayor, who will be back at the next meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? 7-0. Thank you. All right, we're up to agenda approval. Are there any changes? Councilmember Van Orman.
In lieu of wanting the full picture, and knowing that we do not have our budget in front of us, I would like to remove item 11A and table it to the next meeting.
Okay, the motion is to table item 11A to the November 4th meeting.
Yep.
Is there a second?
I would
Councilmember Kennedy.
second, so we can have a discussion.
Okay, so the motion has been offered and seconded. Discussion.
Okay.
Councilmember Van Orman, do you want to?
Well, kind of taking it, with the budget in hand, normally we would look at expenditures and revenues holistically. We do not have that in front of us. We do have pieces, but we don't have the full budget, and we'll have that hopefully by tomorrow.
Any other comments on the motion? Councilmember Kurtz.
I would imagine that the city's going to present us with information to make that decision on, represent that. Is that accurate?
When the item comes up on the
Yeah.
agenda. So yes, we can go through and reinforce and revisit any of those figures and tables and schedules that we've talked about in the past. They haven't changed much, if they've changed at all, but yes, we can revisit any of those that you may want to when the item comes up.
Anything else, Councilmember Kurtz?
No, I think my point in asking that question is that the information we would need to make a decision on funding the library has been presented to us and will be presented to us. And I don't think we need to delay that just because we don't have the budget in hand.
Any other comments on the motion? Okay, the motion is to move item 11A to the next meeting on November 4th. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Okay, 1-6. All right. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Councilmember Spencer.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to add what was on our last agenda previously 14C, it would now be 14A. Resolution number 24-267, a resolution of the City of Liberty Lake, Washington in support of Washington Initiative 2066.
Okay, I will second that. Discussion.
A point of order.
Yes,
I
Councilmember
think
Kurtz.
per RCW, we actually have to have that noticed on the agenda to discuss it, so the public is aware of it prior to discussing it.
Sean.
Which one is this one? Is this the one?
resolution regarding an initiative.
So we had the two resolutions on the agenda last time. One passed, one was just, it did not go anywhere. It was not seconded.
Yeah, there wasn't, it was only
Yeah,
no one
'cause we
second
ran out
motion,
of time.
right,
Yeah.
right. Okay, so is that this one?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I think Annie's correct with regard, certainly there's a notice provision. I don't believe the statute talks about a motion for reconsideration potentially. Now, you're not reconsidering it because it didn't pass. It just didn't get a second to where you voted on it. So you wouldn't have it there, but so I would default at this point to having to give notice and not being able to put it on the agenda in this format.
Councilmember
John, if I may, with clarification from the PDC, anytime a council is to consider an action of an supporting or opposing an initiative, it must be in the notice agenda.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Identified by measure number.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm defaulting back to the notice provision that would require that to be done.
Okay, the motion was made and seconded. So do we need to have Councilmember Spencer withdraw?
You could, so there's a motion on the table, but someone else can make a motion to amend the motion relative to not consider that this evening. So you could do that first, and then that would null and void the first motion.
Okay, and it could be a motion to do the next meeting if they wanted to, right?
The council could have then a separate motion to put it on the next agenda, yes.
Okay, so Councilmember Spencer or anyone want to amend that motion?
I will propose to amend that motion to add it to our next meeting.
Okay, good, John.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice to be a second to that.
I'll second that. Discussion? All right, the motion is to add resolution 24-267 to the November 4th meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Okay. Motion fails 2-5. All right, any other changes to the agenda? Yes, Councilmember Dunn.
I move the agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Kennedy seconded. Any other discussion about the agenda as a whole? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have an agenda 7-0. Thank you all. We will move on now to citizen comments. A reminder for those of you in the chambers, if you want to make a citizen comment, fill out this yellow sheet, hand it to Kelsey. She will hand it over. Those of you online will take we'll take citizen comment first in the chamber, and then please raise your hand and we will bring you up for citizen comment online as well as soon as the folks in person are done. You have 3 minutes and it is your time. We will not respond until afterwards if we need to follow up with you on something, but it is purely your time to talk about what you wish. Please be respectful. There will be a clock up on the screen, and we'll start with Mr. David Clay.
Hello, my name is David Clay. My wife and I currently live here in the River District, the same neighborhood as our son and his family and 5 grandchildren ranging from 10 months to 8 years old. I'm here to talk to you today about an issue that impacts all of our community, and that impact to our community is the secondhand smoke, primarily marijuana secondhand smoke. I will provide you with a few facts this evening, figures, and then provide you a recommendation that our community can implement in an effort to help mitigate those health risks. As our elected officials, I first want to thank you for allowing me to speak to you here tonight on such an important topic. Provide you all with a read-ahead packet. Hopefully you had a chance to take a look at that, because a lot of the information I'll provide you today is in that packet, and it's a lot of information. So I'll try not to go into all that tonight, just a few facts I pulled out of that information. But there are also additional resources that I've done my research on, and that is from the CDC, EPA, Surgeon General, American Heart Association, American Lung Association, and American Cancer Society. I hope you had an opportunity to look over those packets, but if not, there are additional resources found on the American Non-Smokers' Rights Foundation. They utilize all the listed agencies that I just mentioned as factual data that is up to date as we currently speak. So what are some of the health problems caused by secondhand smoke according to the CDC? Again, on their CDC website, first and foremost, there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. Many people here in the room grew up during the tobacco era of the 70s, and I see by the smiles, we all remember those ashtrays in every car, in restaurants, on airplanes, and whether you smoked or not, you smoked because you had no choice. Back then, there was no choice about your health. It was about the rights of others to smoke, regardless of what it did to your health. I lost four family members to COPD. Mother at 65, older sister at 61, younger sister at 59. I know what it means to lose someone to secondhand smoke. And no, I don't smoke, and I choose not to smoke. But I also have 100% disability from the military after 40 years, serving 40 years in the U.S. Army. And in the chemical wars in Iraq, fried my sinuses and provided me with lifelong chronic migraines about 2 to 3 times a week. So secondhand smoke personally affects me, and every time I do smell it, gives me migraines. I either end up in the urgent care or in the hospital. So very serious issue. But there's some also health problems that are caused by secondhand smoke. In children, secondhand smoke exposure can cause respiratory infections, ear infections, and asthma attacks. Among adults who don't smoke, secondhand smoke causes nearly 34,000 premature deaths from heart disease and stroke each year.
David, I have to stop you there.
Sure.
If you want, we'll have another opportunity for 3 more minutes at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
All right.
Is that my time already?
Yep, that's your.
Oh, man, that went fast.
It does. It goes by fast.
All right, thank you.
Lynn Atkins.
Lynn Atkins, citizen of Liberty Lake, and I'm going to change my usual topic up here. So first, I want to talk a minute about public safety and the sidewalks. So that was brought up at the last council meeting. There is a significant number of raised sidewalks due to the tree roots issue, trees that I might point out that Greenstone put in and that were approved by the city at that time. Fast forward to today's homeowners trying to meet their obligations for sidewalk repair. The grinding helps if it's a small issue, but if it's a problematic one, it does not help. I am one of those homeowners. I have had multiple bids on a 4x4 section of sidewalk completed, and the lowest bid without permits and taxes was $3,000. That is the lowest bid. That issue is the minimum that must be paid for a concrete load. So what I'm asking here is there a way for the city to help us with some economy of scale by grouping homeowners' sidewalk repairs together through the city, especially if we're going to be more active with the code enforcement? And I would like to hear a response from the city on this topic. My second issue is about traffic safety, the intersection of Mission and Country Vista near Rocky Hill. About 4 or 5 weeks ago, there was yet another accident at this intersection, and this time when school was letting out. Previous accidents I'm aware of are at least 2 other collisions, one that resulted in a flipped car of the front yard on the corner, northeast corner of Country Vista. And this is also the same intersection where a pedestrian fatality occurred. This intersection is close to schools, multiple bus stops, and Rocky Hill Park. Something needs to be done here, please. I would like a response from city on this issue as well. And with my last 1 minute, the library. So public buildings represent our city. They influence how people feel about where they live and visit. That's this city. The library receives more footsteps than any other public building in the city. It provides programs and amenities that our citizens have told you that they want and that they need. Citizen feedback has been strong with almost 600 responses on the library survey. The council has made decisions with far fewer pieces of input. Our citizens have told you that they want this, and I ask, please, that you vote tonight to get this much needed update completed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lynn. Yes, Kelsey.
If we don't have any other public comments, I wanted to acknowledge the written comments we received.
Okay, let's check and see if we have any online first. Do we have any online comments? Anybody watching on Zoom? It looks like we have one, so we will advance you to a panelist, I guess is what they call it, and you'll have 3 minutes. Please state who you are and if you live in the city.
My name is Jared Von Tobel, and I do live in Liberty Lake. I would also like to start the library. The amount of money being proposed is a lot of money to spend on a building that isn't worth that much. I do not believe the city would receive the amount spent back in value added. As a citizen, I have liked to see, or I would have liked to see maybe multiple options where there was a lower cost option. In closing, I believe this is a large amount of money to spend without a large return to the city. I would ask you to vote no against funding this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Von Tobel. Any other online comments? Nope. Okay. Kelsey, do you want to acknowledge the written?
Yep, thank you. So we received written public comment from David Clay regarding secondhand smoke, from Tom Sahlberg regarding the library project, from Jim Walker regarding the waste management contract, and from Gail Tenbrink regarding position on initiatives.
Okay, thank you very much. And just a reminder, we'll have the opportunity at the end of the meeting to do citizen comments again for another 3 minutes. So those of you who would like to add something, you can do so at that time. All right, we are up to item number 7, announcements, proclamations, special presentations. The first item, 7A, will be the mayor's 2025 budget message. And it will be delivered via video.
Hi, everybody, coming to you live from St. Louis. I think I'm on about take 10, so I'm going to try to plow through this one. Sorry I can't be with you there today. Haven't been to our corporate headquarters ever in the 7 years I've worked for this company. And so it's just an opportunity that I literally couldn't say no to. So I wanted to make sure I had a chance to present the 2025 budget to you on time, even though I can't be there in person. So I'm honored once again to say that there's great news about the city's strong financial position. We will start 2025 off with a beginning general fund cash balance of $8.2 million, which is 54% higher than where we started in 2024. It is the highest beginning general fund balance in the history of the city. Cash reserves for the general fund must be at a minimum of 20% of budgeted operating revenue, and in 2024, we will start off with that being at 46%. The restricted reserve fund, which can only be accessed in emergencies with approval of council, continues to carry a balance of 15% of operating revenue per ordinance. Great news as usual on the sales tax revenue. We are on track in 2024 to hit $6.4 million, which is about 7.3% over what we budgeted for the year. So given our strong financial position, I am asking council to approve a 0% property tax change for the 4th year in a row. Currently, the Liberty Lake property tax rate is 90.3 cents per thousand valuation in 2024. And if this is approved, it is expected to drop to 85 cents per thousand valuation in 2025. As a reminder, property tax revenue pays for the library, and at this rate, it would pay for 34.5% of the police department as well. In 2023, I have proposed replacing the 3% utility tax that our residents and businesses pay toward the streets maintenance fund and replace that with a 0.1% sales tax through a transportation benefit district. These funds would be dedicated to street maintenance, and in 2024, this became a reality. The utility tax that had been in place since 2011 was reduced to 0%, which shifted the burden of the streets and maintenance from our residents and businesses to the burden of everybody who spends money in the city paying for that. So if we have somebody coming from out of state, out of town, Spokane Valley, Post Falls, if they spend any money in Liberty Lake, they are paying towards our streets as it should be. For 2025, a brief list of our projects include the design and renovation for our future library location at 23129 East Mission, opening of a restaurant at Trailhead, installation of smart signal control. This was moved forward from 2024. Additional flashing pedestrian crossings, development of the facilities master plan, including the remaining 4.4 acres at the town square. This was also moved forward from 2024. We are working on the Sprague overlay design from Moulter to the east of city limits. Orchard Park storage expansion, again, moved forward from 2024. Resurfacing of the Rocky Hill courts, increasing our community engagement outreach activity, and our sidewalk master plan. Over the last 2 years, we've added much needed staff positions: Public Works Director, Procurement, Code Enforcement, Recreation Coordinator, and an Associate Planner, just to name a few. This year, you will see some realignment of certain roles in Parks and the Police Department, including one net new officer and the addition of the K-9 program. The initial costs for the K-9 program are expected to come from the Liberty Lake Police Capital Fund. This is funded through donations to the police fund. Public Works will include a second project manager to start sometime in next year. And we have also brought forward the librarian position for the library, 30 hours a week, that was approved in 2024, but not yet filled. In addition to that, we will be adding a couple of landscape specific positions to the Parks Department. And so we will be able to tackle some more of our landscaping needs as we go forward. And we've also right-sized the salary bands for some positions where we have fallen behind our comparable cities. Over the next 6 to 8 weeks, the council will review the budget, evaluate priorities, and request changes and additions based on those priorities. Community input is very important in this process, and I encourage you and all of our residents to participate, whether it be in person, by Zoom, or by emailing the council and myself. I want to add a personal thank you to our entire staff for their hard work and dedication this year. We will continue to invest in you to ensure our success as individuals, as teams, and as a city. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to getting started on the budget process. Have a great night.
All right, many thanks to the mayor. Mark, Kyle, do you want to?
Yeah, sorry, I was going to jump in here 1 second to discuss, as she talked about, we will get our budget binders tomorrow. And so that will segue into our review of the 2025 preliminary budget. And I did want to get some dates on council's calendar. We have tentatively penciled in October 29th as our first review of the 2025 preliminary budget. That is again tentative, but we do want to start penciling some special meetings so we can make sure we get through all the material prior to December when we are looking to adopt. So we have already moved the November 5th regular council meeting to that prior Monday, that is November 4th. We will also review the budget during that time as well. And our final special meeting of the year is going to be tentatively planned for November 12th. And so we will get preliminary indications maybe through the rest of this week about availability for the 29th and the 12th to potentially schedule those special meetings.
Any questions for Kyle? All right, thanks, Al. All right, we will move on to item 7B, presentation of the amended and restated solid waste collection contract. Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The purpose for the presentation is really just to remind council, since there's been several months that have occurred since the last discussion of this topic. And I wanted to give you a preview and let you know that the contract itself is not on tonight's agenda. The plan would be to bring it back on November 4th for consideration. But before we get there, and also the plan is to distribute the contract with at least a week in advance, so you have time to review it and formulate any questions that you may have on the 4th when it's considered. But if you'll remember back to May 7th through June 4th, there was a series of workshops and presentations, and then ultimately a consideration of an item where we asked for council to authorize going forward and requesting an extension to the contract that was in place. And so, Evan, if you can go to the next slide. Just as a reminder, the current contract, which was put into effect back in 2014, it's had a couple of amendments since then. The most recent one in 2018 is set to expire on November the 30th of 2024. And I'm talking now about the current contract. The section 2, which is the term of the agreement, and you'll see it there verbatim. It's kind of hard to read. It's small text, but essentially what it says is that it expires on November 30th, 2024, but then on mutual agreement, it may be extended for additional terms of up to 6 years. And so as a reminder, on the 4th of June of 2024, council authorized the city administrator to write a written request to extend the contract. That was done. It was required to be done within 90 days of the expiration. We met that with room to spare and have been going forward with developing the amended and restated contract since. And so next slide, please, Evan. Just a couple of terms just to get you prepared for what you're going to see when the contract hits the agenda. It is for the 6-year term that's allowed by contract to commence on December 1st of 2024 and to expire on November 30th of 2030. Next slide, please. Just a reminder of service options. Those aren't changing. We have garbage collection at curbside, recycle, organics at curbside. There's an annual event for bulky waste, and there is no hazardous household collection at the curb. That can be taken to the transfer stations in the county's facilities if individuals choose to do that. And just as a reminder, with respect to garbage subscribers are automatically enrolled in the recycling service. You can be a recycling subscriber without being automatically enrolled in the garbage service, and you can be an organics subscriber without being automatically enrolled in any other service. And the bulky event is limited to garbage subscribers. So just a reminder of what's currently in place. Next slide, please, Evan. Our most current data that we get through the portal that WM gives us access to as a customer is updated through December 2023. There are monthly numbers in there, but we're about 10 months in lag here. And so as those are updated, we'll obviously take note of that. But as of December of 2023, we had 4,230 garbage customers, 4,165 recycling, and 1,764 organics. The reason I point that out is going to become evident when I talk about the rates. And on the garbage side, 45% of those are at the 35-gallon weekly service. And then you see the other numbers there, 38% for 64-gallon and 17% for 96 gallons. Next slide, please, Evan. Some of the things that are impacting the rates for 2025. And as you'll recall, the contract has an annual adjustment provision in it that is tied to the consumer price index. So going from 24 to 25, we're going to see a 3.9% CPI adjustment. And just as a reminder, going into 24, it was just north of 3.7%. We talked about this quite a bit during the workshop. If you'll remember, as we saw the rate escalation from going back as far as 2015, which was the first full year of the contract, through 2024, there was a credit applied, except for last year. There was a 90-cent charge, which was a reverse credit. This year, we are going back to a credit of $3.96. And so that has a positive impact on the fees. You'll see them going down. And so just as a reminder, last year it was a 90-cent charge. And then this doesn't show up in the rates, but it shows up on the customer's bill. And council is well aware of this. You're the ones who took this action by reducing the utility tax in the city of Liberty Lake down to 0, which would impact customers of particularly the garbage service. And as a reminder, for most of 2024, that was at 3%. Next slide, Evan. So if you look at how that affects the rates on those 3 major garbage categories that we just talked about, you see the 24 to 25 difference, with the major strands there being garbage, recycling, and organics. And again, not every customer has organics, but just as a point of comparison, you see that from 24 to 25, we're expecting on a household level to see a reduction. I will point out that the final rates are going to be subject to some adjustments for the disposal rates that are expected to be finalized in December of this year. And so there'll be potentially some final adjustments to those as we go into December. Next slide, Evan. Other terms and conditions to point out before you get the contract, and you'll see these highlighted as you go through it. There are several definitions that have been updated and modernized over the 2014 version, and those are mostly to comply with federal and state laws that have changed since 2014. There's an administrative fee increase from 1% to 2%. And I point this out because we just talked about you heard the mayor in her budget presentation talk about the streets fund. We estimate that that's going to essentially double the amount going into our streets fund from the administrative fee on an annual basis to help offset the cost of damage to the streets through the operation of the collection. And so that's a positive. And then the annual bulky waste event capacity is scheduled to increase by 50%, meaning 50% more stuff can be fit into the containers that we're going to have available to us at that annual event. And so with all of that, there are other subtle things that you'll see when you get the contract, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to have a discussion when that item hits the agenda. But at that point, I want to go to the next slide, Evan, and just kind of preview our recommendation, and that's to approve the amended and restated solid waste collection agreement between the city and Waste Management of Washington. And like I've said a couple of times, the action will be on the November the 4th's agenda for your consideration. And with that, I will stand for any questions or comments that council may have.
Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Spencer.
Thank you. So a couple things. I know we all got an email from a citizen regarding the possibility of opting out of recycling. And I noticed on the slide that you showed the numbers that recycling and garbage did not match. And I'm curious because you had mentioned that if you're subscribing to garbage, you can't opt out of recycling. So So one, I'm curious as to how that's possible, but also, has there been any discussion regarding, allowing citizens the option of opting out of recycling?
No discussion that I'm aware of. That would be a major change to the existing contract. And so we did not discuss that as part of the amended and restated process. Doesn't mean that it can't be discussed for a future modification. I'm going to make an assumption, and I'm going to ask Tammy to confirm this or not, that some of these accounts predate the contract. And so as new accounts were established, if there was a garbage account, there was a requirement to be a recycling subscription, but there were some accounts that pre-existed that probably did not have that requirement. And so if Tammy can maybe shed some light on the difference between those account numbers, if you know that answer. Okay, we can get you that.
Just one other question. The bulk waste event, do we have an idea what that is costing as part of the contract?
For those listening online, the answer was approximately 15. Is that what you said, Demi? 15,000. Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Mark. We will move on now to reports and inquiries, first from the council. Any council reports? Yes, Councilmember Kurtz.
I've given some updates on the CVSD Balance Calendar Committee, and they did the committee made a recommendation to the school board, and that was approved last night to adopt a balanced calendar for the 2025 school year. So the changes that I saw online today, there will be an August start date instead of our Labor Day start date. So for 2025, it would be August 27th, and school would run through June 17th. So very similar to now. There would be an additional week-long break that times with the President's Day holiday in February. And then there will be an additional 5 days of 3-day weekends here and there throughout the year. And a couple of those dates are also reserved to be the makeup snow days, so that we don't get into after the last day of school, we have a snow day makeup thing that we did one year. So the school board did adopt those changes, I think last night at their meeting. And then this week is the final in-person session for the Collaborative Elected Leaders Institute that the mayor and I have been a part of with the rest of our team here from the Spokane area. So we're going to the Tri-Cities, and then we have our capstone project that'll be due next summer at the AWC event.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Kurtz. Any others? Yes, Councilmember Dunn.
Yeah, I would just make a plug for Central Valley School District's Community Connections meeting scheduled for November 29th at Ridgeline High School. If you're not coming to that budget meeting. That would be an important opportunity for everybody to get to know, meet and greet administration officials, understand about priorities. I think it's an important thing, whether you have students or not, to understand the work of the district and their commitment and contribution to the community. So put it on your calendar, November 29th, 6 p.m. at Ridgeline.
I'll just make a quick comment that the farmer's market is wrapped up for the year. Councilmember Spencer and I were there at the last moment, and there were tears. And but want to thank everyone for showing up to the farmer's market, and we will see you again starting next May as well. Any other council comments? Yes, Councilmember Van Orman.
Well, the Arboretum is ongoing. They are now putting in 3 picnic tables along with some nice pads. You'll be seeing that being completed hopefully by this month. We have the company that we went ahead and purchased the pavers are located in Florida, and they have went through both hurricanes, and they've been without power for the last 2 weeks. So we are waiting on that, but after that, the project is going to be beautiful.
Anything else for the council? All right, city administrator report, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We're going to try to make this one as brief as possible. Just some reminders to point out, we talked about this last time, but the general election ballots are scheduled to be mailed by October the 18th. I've already received mine, so that's, I think, a deadline. We had a gentleman, in fact, show up here today thinking that he had missed the ballot distribution. And so we were able to talk him through the schedule and everything, and he walked away with a better understanding. So look for those to hit your mailbox by October the 18th, along with the voter guides. The comprehensive plan public meeting scheduled for October 21st over at Trailhead Rotary Room at 7 p.m. This is not the only, but certainly the first opportunity to come hear what the comprehensive plan is all about, hear information about the process, the schedule, how you can contribute, how you can engage with the city and its partners as we are developing the comprehensive plan that will go through 2046. So this is a generational opportunity, and that starts at 7 p.m. on the 21st. We are back to talking about Halloween. And so the library is hosting the annual Halloween party, and this year the theme is Monsters, Inc. And so I'm not starting any rumors, but I used to have, I can't confirm or deny that I used to have a life-size Sully costume that may or may not come out of the trunk for this thing. But that's going to be at the library at 6 p.m. on October the 24th. Leaf and Beach, unfortunately, the Sewer and Water District isn't able to be with us tonight, but Leaf and Beach, which is the annual leaf collection and deposit over at the Sewer and Water District property, is going to kick off, I believe, on October the 28th. Hopefully they put some more information on their website. But look for that to start. That's an opportunity. As you've noticed, the leaves are starting to fall. And so getting a place to be able to take those is important. So that's starting up again. And then as a reminder, Kyle mentioned this, the next city council meeting will not be on Tuesday the 5th, but it will be on Monday, November the 4th here at City Hall. We do have a workshop on the schedule, so we'll be starting at 6 p.m. with the regular meeting starting at 7 p.m. Before we move on, are there any questions about those reminders?
Mark, just real quick, I think Jandy was about to say that you can put ballots at the library. Is that correct? Okay.
So at the library, we often get a lot of questions during election season on the security of the ballot box. What do I do? I lost my envelope. I didn't get my ballot in the mail. We are more than prepared to help anyone who needs help with voting. We had a meeting with the elections office. We have all of the questions answered that we normally get questions on, and we're able to help anyone who needs help with voting this year. So come see us at the library.
Thanks. And there is a drop box at the library too.
Yes,
There is, yes.
All right.
All right, so we are at the second meeting of the month, and we've distributed the departmental reports for council's review, and now is your opportunity to ask any of the department heads questions about those reports if you so choose to do that.
Any questions on the reports? Going once, going twice.
And now I'm going to invite Kyle up to give you an update about the annual audit.
Our favorite time of year, everyone. So we have began the audit engagement with the state auditor's office. They have sent us kind of a laundry list of their initial requests that myself and our treasurer Erica Mendez will chew through this week. Towards the end of October, we will have an entrance conference where they will invite mayor and council to a brief, probably 30-minute Teams meeting to really highlight what they want to focus on during this audit, give us a timeline of when they might be complete, and schedule our exit conference as well. So I just wanted everybody to be aware that we'll have you'll get an email probably by the end of the week with some tentative dates for that, and we'll just keep you updated kind of ongoing as it unfolds. Thanks.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thanks, Kyle. And lastly, I wanted to invite Chief up. If you've been paying attention to some of the social media channels, you've seen some conversations happening recently about some break-ins that have occurred. And we, as a result of that, we've started making some PSAs on all of our social media channels. And I know the police department is doing the same, but I wanted the chief to be able to give you an update. And so, Chief, take it away.
Thank you. Again, as many of you know, unfortunately, we've had numerous citizens who have experienced or been victimized by the criminal element And we've had numerous property crimes occur within our community within the last couple of weeks. So I wanted to take a little time today to do two things. First thing is, as an agency, first thing is to give some tips and some pointers to our community, so that hopefully this doesn't occur again. There were some themes that were present, some variables that were present that were common, and we're going to discuss those. The second thing I'd like to do is introduce Officer Kyle Fritz. He's actually going to do that. Officer Kyle Fritz is our agency PIO. He's going to take some time, a few minutes, to tell you exactly what he does and how he partners with David, our city PIO. And he's the one that puts out those great public service announcements and those tips and all those things you see on Facebook. That's him. That's not me. So Kyle.
Thank you very much, Chief and Council. Thanks for the time, everybody else. So yeah, I was put in the position of PIO in the last couple of months, and more or less, I'm trying to build as much of an impact by sharing information through our social media platforms. Public information officer, that's a great question. Sorry. Us law enforcement tend to use code and acronyms far too often to where it becomes common language for us. So anyway, on the note of the recent incidents, realistically speaking, having multiple incidents in one day makes it seem like things are really trending upward. In reality, locally, they're not. At least we haven't had any data show that they are at this point. Of course, I'm so sorry to the victims who were impacted by that. I personally have been impacted by a home burglary. I was sleeping in my own home that busted into my garage. So, I mean, it gives me chills. Even being in law enforcement, it is a scary, scary thing. Realistically, like I said, there's not a trend upward at this point. So part of what we do outside of General Patrol, which I'm one of the graveyard units. So I actually was one of the units working that night. And I can tell you, I drove through the Rocky Hill area multiple times. But when it comes down to it, the reality is you can't be in all places at once, especially when you don't know exactly what you're looking for yet, right? So that's why we do these messages to the community on Facebook and whatnot, to try to just kind of spread that awareness, number one, for those who hadn't heard through word of mouth, and then also to just kind of give those tips of what you can do. So realistically, to kind of cover a couple of those, first and foremost, lock and secure your home. It's a shame, but we do not live in a day, even in a wonderful place like Liberty Lake, we do not live in a day where we can leave things unlocked. We far too frequently have unlocked vehicles with firearms and personal identification information inside the vehicle. And that is just, unfortunately, a big no-no these days. You don't want to be doing that. So locking your vehicle, parking it in your driveway as opposed to on the street is also helpful. Having cameras on the exterior of your homes, removing any important or personal ID documents from inside your cars. Closing your garage. We do frequent door knocks at night for garages being open. That is a wide open invitation to those who are passing through. Realistically, with kids, I've got 2 little ones. They don't have too many toys outside yet, but cleaning those up as well. Just any kind of property out front of your homes is going to be luring somebody in for that kind of stuff. When it comes to inside your cars, obviously, everybody wants to limit what they have on their keychains, but my recommendation was a keychain garage remote versus inside your vehicle, because although we don't see it too often, it's not an uncommon thing for somebody to get inside your car. The victims were smart about removing their important stuff, so then they go one step further because they haven't been caught yet, and opening the garage is pretty common. Yeah, as far as that goes, cameras are a huge help for us, whether they're pointed at the roadway for getting vehicle description, or even just as little as up at your front door, but having the sensors out to the roadway. Those kinds of things, they give us the bits and pieces of information that we need in order to further investigate, because it doesn't feel great that, even when we get to a case where we can submit charges and for whatever reason it gets denied at the prosecutor's office, it feels awesome when we have all of that information that just lines right up. And that kind of stuff is very helpful for us to actually get somewhere with the case. Other than that, one thing I also wanted to share, as far as general crimes that we do see here in Liberty Lake, fraud is one of the big ones. So one of the things that I'm working on with our agency and a couple of partners that I have is a fraud awareness class. So I welcome everybody who has been victim to the phishing emails or victim to the phone calls. We have unfortunately lost a significant amount of money in the city of Liberty Lake to those kinds of scams. It is not just the one that everybody kind of hears about, where they fake Officer Fritz calling in, saying that they got a warrant and that they got to pay a fee. There's a whole multitude of variations of what these frauds are. And so the class that I'm going to put on is going to just kind of spread a little bit of awareness, how to prepare yourself, how to prevent falling for those things. And furthermore, if you do, then how to report it. Just as kind of a forethought on that, those crimes are next to impossible to solve. They're often coming from overseas, and the federal agencies, they don't bite off on cases that are $14,000, $15,000, $50,000. They're looking at like $100,000 or more just because of the masses that they're getting, which is understandable. I mean, everybody seems short-staffed when it comes to the volume. So furthermore, I won't take up any more of your time. I appreciate it. But if anybody does have any questions, I am trying to be as active as possible on our social media. So feel free to reach out. I'm open to questions. Just give me time to respond, and don't hate me if it comes in 3 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, everyone.
And as a side note, he's soon to be hopefully Detective Kyle Fritz in the next couple of months.
Right on.
Thank you. Thank you, Kyle. So in summary, and I'll answer any questions that the council may have, but I just want to end it with this. I think Kyle did a great job saying that most property crimes, a majority of property crimes, are crimes of opportunity. I don't know if anyone ever watched the old Cops episodes where they put the bicycle out and the guy walks by and he jumps on the bicycle. That happens because there's an opportunity. And so if we eliminate the opportunity, we should eliminate most of our property crimes. So thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you very much, Mark. We are up to Salary Commission. Kyle.
Thank you. So, City of Liberty Lake has established a 3-member salary commission to annually review not only the wages, but the duties of the city council and mayor. And so we started that process in August, and the commission had 3 meetings. We have one in attendance tonight that can attest to the work that we do. And the Association of Washington Cities had identified 21 different cities that match with our council members and 10 with our mayor. And that is a strong mayor's council form of government. Population 10 to 30,000 and no full-time benefits or full-time status. And so with that information, the work really does itself. It's a very data-driven process. And so the numbers are the numbers. We found with aging data to January 2025, 7% is the number that we saw really on both mayor and council side. So that was a unanimous recommendation for the salary commission for mayor and council beginning January 1st, 2025.
Kyle, can you just clarify, just so everyone thinks we're not up here getting rich, what 7% is? We're talking like $40?
Yeah, so current council member salary is $820. That will go up to $880. Current salary for the mayor is $2,500 a month. That will go up to $2,675.
Any other questions for Kyle? All right, thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right, Parks and Arts Commission, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thank you for having me here. Nancy Hill, Chair of the Parks and Arts Commission. And there's my slides. We're looking at our year end. It's already October, and I think it's going to get cold tomorrow, according to Mayor Pro Tem in the parking lot. We're looking at adding a few more graffiti barrels. That's a great program, if you recall, with the Ridgeline High School students, and we've been in contact with Heather, the art teacher there, and they're really excited. So we're doing a few more of those. We had a little glitch in that program because the paint was chipping off the barrels, but Jen Camp's crew has figured out if you clear coat the barrels after they're painted, then they might last a little longer. But it's really exciting to have the kids involved in art and get them started early. So we'll be finishing the year with a few more of those barrels. We noticed the pickleball storage wrap needs to be redone at Orchard Park. We'll take a look at that. If you have been to Orchard Park to the Never Forget Garden that we installed on Memorial Day, I think it was, I don't know, the time flies. I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but there's a really ugly piece of plywood there that's kind of blocking a electrical box, I think. So we're going to look at enhancing that and getting that taken care of. And then we hope to get the trailhead art wall map up by the end of the year. Next slide. Artist agreements on our bigger projects, which is the Trailhead map, art wall, and then the big sculpture at Kramer Parkway. Those artist agreements have been signed. The artists are excited. They're getting to work. The Trailhead one should be installed this year. Because of timing and winter, we probably won't get the statue there at Kramer Parkway until the spring, as we'll need to design the foundation for the piece and to get some lighting in. But we're moving ahead with those projects. Next slide, Evan. Public art inventory. This is kind of a new thing. We're creating a public art inventory as we get our art, more of it up and running. Part of that, and I know Mark will appreciate this, is so we can kind of talk about maintenance a little bit, which we have now put in our budget as we grow our collection. You'll see eventually on the website, the public art inventory with a map, so kind of like you see there, that's a mock-up. And you'll see we have several categories. For example, if you want to see murals in the city, you can click on that, and then it will give you some more information. If you click on sites on the map, you'll get more. You actually will be able to drill down and see who the artist is, the name of the piece, and a little bit about the art. Jen Camp's crew, they have some really talented people there that are working on that. So we're super excited about that. And I'd like to eventually create a little brochure that we could give out at your favorite farmer's market booth, and it would show a little map. I know Council Member Kurtz wanted to create an art district, but I think an art map that people could go and visit the different art would be a great way to go. So we're excited about that coming up. Next slide. Bike Advisory Committee just seems to be going strong. They have a solid group of volunteers on it, and they're going to be working as our new public safety director gets up and running on working with them on some initiatives. So we make sure we have bike lanes and places for our bike riders to stay safe. And then if anyone has an interest, it's open to the public. You can come and join up, and it's the last Monday of the month at New Love Coffee there in the Knoll District. Next slide. Recreation program survey. This is also new. We're looking, not that recreation is completely new, but we're looking at it in a little different way. We're trying to get input from the community, what they want to see. Is it seniors? Is it youth? What age group of youth? So you'll see similar to the photograph on the slide. We've been going around with that. It's been in the farmer's market booth. There's an online piece, and then we'll be at the Halloween party. Maybe we'll see someone there. And get the input and then put all that together and see what kind of programming that we want to do in the next year. So it's exciting end of the year. We got some kind of winter projects like the surveys and the maps, and looking forward to what the next year will bring. And I really wanted to give a shout out to our Parks Department. I mean, Jen Camp and her team, and they've just done a phenomenal job, and they're really a joy to work with. You've got a really good crew there in the parks. So we appreciate them. Any questions?
I'm just super excited about the map aspect of that, to put to inventory and allow a place for people to discover, especially about the artists and the names and the stories behind the pieces. So I really look forward to that.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of excited because, you know, if you remember in our budget, we have a sculpture, possibly a goat, in that with our new community art. And if we put that in the town square, maybe it has a little brochure holder or something attached to it. And then maybe you can just get the map and see what else we have going on. So kind of exciting. Thanks.
Thanks, Nancy. All right, Planning Commission, Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to update you on what's happening with the Planning Commission. The major thing that we're doing, as you know, is dealing with the comp plan, which is due in June 2026. We did have 4 members whose terms are expiring in December. Fortunately, all 4 have reapplied to stay on the commission, which will give us some continuity, which is going to become more important as I go through some of this. By the way, as I go through this, if you have a question about something that I touch on, please don't hesitate to interrupt me. I'd appreciate that. One of the biggest things that we're dealing with the comp plan is this climate element. You know, it's brand new. House Bill 1181 was passed in 2023 that says in your comprehensive planning, you must include a climate element. We got a briefing overview from Beth Miller at Paramatrix, who is the consultant that we have that's helping us with it at our last meeting. And we went through a number of things. We all know that climate and climate effects are a very controversial issue at best, that it is probably going to be the most difficult part for us to deal with in the comp plan. First of all, because we've never done it before. And second of all, it's very, very hard to begin to define what do you mean by climate? What can we do about it? And how do we go to do it? And where do we spend money to be most effective? It is where we are now becomes really the most important part of that. And that in itself is a problem, because how do you go about measuring where you are now? And Beth talked a lot about that and how they're taking inventory of where the city of Liberty Lake is in two areas. One is in greenhouse gas emissions, which is one of the things that we will have to deal with. And the other part is what they call resiliency. And resiliency simply means that it is our preparedness, our response, and our recovery to climate issues. And so that's going to be a big part of all of this. The way that we're surveying now to find out about where are the greenhouse gas emissions coming from is basically through Avista and their billing cycle. That's about the only real way we can begin to measure that. We will have to get something further about miles driven per automobile, number of automobiles, all of those things as part of that as well. But that is a pretty difficult part. And I personally asked Beth, I said, what is we got a lot of numbers thrown at us, and I asked her, I said, what is the margin of error? And she said, it's pretty liberal. There's a very wide margin of error here on where we are right now. Because as I say, because we've not done this before, this is going to be really part of the issue of trying to figure out where we are and what we can do about it. Our plan is to really reach out to participants. We do have a plan going right now to bring in citizens and other participants, businesses, and other people like law enforcement, fire department, all of that are going to be participants in this climate issue. We are really going after a lot of public engagement. We had a co-meeting with the Public Engagement Commission and talked about how can we reach out to get the public involved. We are working on a marketing plan. You may have already seen our new logo and our motto that we are implementing as part of that. And we are having this kickoff event, as we mentioned before. You heard about it earlier on the 21st. That's again, reaching out to the public, trying to get them aware of what we're doing as part of this comprehensive plan and how it goes about affecting them. The one basic issue of all this is how does it affect the individual citizen of the city? It's called What's in It for Me. And that's kind of the way we're doing it. It's actually a marketing plan. We are going to market this comprehensive plan to the citizenry to get them involved so that we can get feedback from them and have them participate during the entire process. One of the things that we realize is this is going to be a huge lift for us as a planning commission. So we are going to go starting in January to 2 meetings a month instead of 1 a month. And we will meet for the entire year twice a month to get this work done. And we want to get ahead of it as quickly as we can because there are going to be a lot of issues coming up. We already know the community engagement plan is an evergreen plan. It's a living plan. It's going to be updated. It's going to change, and we understand that. So that's kind of where we are. There's a lot going on. We are
focusing primarily on the comprehensive plan and the other issues that come in that have to do with planning. So I'll open it up. Any questions from anyone? There's a lot here.
Questions, comments? Councilmember Baldwin.
Oh, our council members, are we welcome to come to, when you up the meetings? Can we-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're welcome anytime.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that includes on the 21st, we'd love to have you guys there because there will be some presentation and discussion going on at that. So it's a lot. It's a lot.
Councilmember Dunn.
Joe, I'm really grateful for the work of the Plan Commission. This is definitely new territory. So for you and the team to try to get perception and develop a framework for how we're going to put it into policy, grateful. Thanks.
Thank you.
I also want to
Thank
say, Joe, thanks for your work on the lighting change and the fuel accessory. That was a long process.
It was. Thank you. Thanks for your
Thank you.
support.
All right, Friends of the Library. Next up is workshop discussions. So
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So to clarify, in addition to my work and volunteer I do for the CEC, I'm also a member of the Friends. So not to get those two roles confused tonight. So, and I also want to say tonight, I want to introduce this project. It's about what is the Friends of the Library? And I don't know that many people maybe understand what they do. And I want to personally thank, she couldn't be here tonight for the presentation. She's under the weather, Sue Hamlet and Leslie Smith. Right there. They were the backbone of putting this little video together. So we're going to show it to you and then it'll explain more about the Friends. Evan?
The Friends of the Liberty Lake Municipal Library are dedicated and committed to providing support for our city's library for our community. This is to foster closer relationships between the library and the community, to enhance the library's functions, resources, and services. Raise funds for such programs, projects, materials, and equipment that are beyond the scope of the city budget for the library. Money raised by the Friends support services and resources our community values and expects. Here are a few opportunities your tax dollars don't and cannot fund. The money budgeted to the library from the Friends buys symphony passes. These passes are for 3 Masterworks shows, up to 4 tickets per pass. The Friends' contribution of $1,425 this year bought us 20 tickets and Symphony donated 20 more. There are 3 Mobius passes. Each pass gets 2 adults and 3 kids, or 3 adults into Mobius Discovery Center. The patron checking out the pass has 1 week, then the pass is returned for another patron to check out. There's a map pass that can be checked out like the Mobius pass. It gets 2 adults and 3 kids, or 3 adults, into the map. The patron has a week to use the pass, then returns it to the library. Also available for free to the patrons are the Book Page magazines. Ever wondered what books there are available or what genres you might want to read or what is trending in the literary world? Book Page magazine provides this information and more. Did I say free? Yes, free to Liberty Lake Library cardholders. Ever popular and well attended, the Halloween party. Liberty Lake Library provides a safe space for families to travel incognito and have a great time while doing it. Arts and crafts materials, master gardener classes, online access for Liberty Lake residents. STEM kits and incentives for children and adults to participate in the library's summer reading program. Special programs like Radical Writ are paid for by the Friends. The list goes on and on, Because here in Liberty Lake, the learning never stops, and our library provides the means to keep learning going at any age. The Friends of the Library have been around since 2002, and new members are always welcome. We meet the last Thursday of the month at 1 p.m. in the library meeting space. Everyone has a gift that we share with all the other members with astounding gifts. Amazing things can happen. We do not have an age or gender requirement. We have a couple of members in their 50s, almost babes in arms. If you run into someone who asks, why is there a Friends of the Library? I pay my taxes. Tell them that our library is the heart of our community, and we want to keep it going strong.
And to, oh, well, yeah, that would go to Leslie Sue. And thank you. Tonight, you will see out in the audience, some of those people from the Friends. And we're anxiously waiting the decision. So here's the tax dollars. Now, you'll see that the little pamphlet, the document that was passed out, it gives you a summary of what the money that is spent basically, or that we raise and spend, what they go to, and what the city funds, and then what the Friends funds, so that there is a separation there. With that, are there any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Robin. All right, we are up to item 9 now, workshop discussions, 9A, the Trailhead Restaurant proposals. Mark.
I'm going to turn this over to Lisa or Kyle. Sorry, Kyle's going to cue this up.
Yeah, so when the packet went out on Friday, we had a plan to bring 2 proposals forward tonight, invite them here, present what you have in front of you is an anonymous financial case, and then invite each of them before you to present their business case. And so between Friday and today, we have received new interest. And so we will pivot a little bit. We have received information that one of the original 2 is dealing with some illness at their business, so they were not able to attend tonight. But we did have a new proposal that is here tonight. And so what we'll do is we've largely reviewed kind of the parameters of the financial case, and this is an update you have before you of the 3. You will get another one prior to the November 4th meeting as well. And so what I would like to do is essentially give each of the 2 entities here tonight an option to the ability to present their business case, and then we will follow up on November 4th with the other 2 that you'll hear from, and then maybe discuss from there on a route forward. So with that, we will bring forward, I'm not sure who we're bringing up first, Lisa.
We're actually only bringing up one because one of the restaurateurs could not make it.
So who are we bringing up, Lisa?
My name's Doug Bird with Bird Real Estate Group. I'm the broker for the facility over here. We were intending to have 2 presentations tonight, but we don't know where the other presenter is. So with that, I'll present Kase.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isaac Cunnington, and I'm the owner of My Sushi Sensei. We are proposing Kase Sushi Restaurant over in the Trailhead Golf Course. My objective this evening was to come and ask you guys a bunch of questions about what your vision is for the space and how we might be able to experience or to bring that to the space as well. Our vision, as it stands, is to bring a more immersive experience, dining experience to the golf course to not only feed golfers in during their games, but also post round and creating experiences outside of that to draw people into the golf course. Oh, Doug, I think he had our presentation sheets. No worries, no worries. I can pass a couple of these around. We do have 5 rooms. I do apologize, and we wasn't sure how many people we'd be presenting to this evening. But first and foremost, what is your guys' vision for the space, and how might someone go about filling that vision to your guys' excellent?
Well, I think that's what we want to hear from you.
Excellent. I can continue to elaborate on my vision for the space, or go into what how our business model stands currently. So we got started about 3 years ago. We started as an in-home sushi experience. So we started teaching sushi classes. So we'd come into people's homes, take over their kitchen, teach a 2-hour cut and rolled sushi class. It went really well. We started out as just myself. Then we were working for about a year, then brought on my business partner, Jeremy Rainier, as our head chef. We started running multiple classes a week. And in December of this last year, we actually hit our best month, which we were running 3 to 5 sushi classes a week. In February, we ended up getting the opportunity to open up a restaurant in the Post Falls Pavilion off Highway 41. So we opened Sushi Sensei. It is a quick service restaurant that does a great job of slinging out sushi quick. And our focus is on fresh sushi, fast, and creating that environment for people to actually come in, have a quick bite to eat with all of the other vendors of the pavilion there as well. Our hope, as we were looking this last couple of weeks, was to find another space that was larger and a more dedicated space. I was introduced to Greg last week, and he showed me the Trailhead Golf Course, and we were immediately interested because we were actually looking for a space very similar to that, looking to create a more experience-based restaurant that had the ability to host events as well. So the ability to have that event center next door would be a tremendous add for us in our business and allow us to not only host regular experiences, but have a dedicated space to do so. Myself, I would be in charge of HR, marketing, and business development, where Jeremy, my business partner, specializes in restaurant management and creating excellent sushi restaurants, but he specializes in Italian and French cuisine as well. Let's see. We really thought that this would be a tremendous value add to the Trailhead Golf Course as well, because not only are we bringing in your golfers to entertain and make sure that they consider this the location for them to golf, but also bringing in events from all over the inland Northwest. Currently, we travel up to Sandpoint, out to Cheney, and then to Kellogg, and everywhere in between. We've done a bunch of events here in Liberty Lake with the Liberty Lake Cellars, with April Howard of Mode, with the Liberty Lake Portal, and then with Zephyr Lodge out on the lake, as well as about a half a dozen other private events with the local community. Oh, and Stroll Legacy Ridge. We also did a couple of events with them out in on Legacy Ridge. Yeah, and so our vision is to create that more immersive experience when it comes to dining, to give golfers not only options after the course, but on the course as well, and to create something that's unique to the area. Because right now, every other golf course has got burgers, fries, and steaks. And to give golfers an option would be a unique ad, I think, to the golf course, and a very excellent ad for us. Do you have any questions that I can answer for you?
Questions? Yes, Councilmember Van Orman.
Just clarifications.
Mhm.
You said that Jeremy Rainier is your chef.
Yes, ma'am.
So not only is it sushi, but it's also Italian and French cuisine?
No, ma'am. He specializes in Italian and French cuisine. He's a classically trained chef. When he came back to the States from studying abroad, he started at Fisherman's Market, which is where we met, which is a sushi restaurant. Gained that experience working there at Bonsai, at Sushi Eye, and then opening the restaurant over in the Post Falls Pavilion.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question for you. So the restaurant in Post Falls was the first restaurant,
Correct.
and when did it open?
We opened it in February.
February, okay. So this would be your second.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Ball, did you have a question?
Well, yeah, kind of what you just asked. So the one in Post Falls, you said is more of a casual, like,
Absolutely. It's a quick service restaurant.
yeah, okay, and this would be more.
This is definitely
relaxing.
a seated dine-in experience,
Okay.
which is what we had originally intended.
Mhm.
The opportunity with the Post Falls Pavilion came up almost out of nowhere for us. And so when we saw the opportunity, it was something that we were looking for, but not pursuing. So we decided to jump on it and make it work. But where we see ourselves is more a dine-in experience based restaurant, not necessarily the quick service restaurant model. It doesn't lend itself well to sushi.
And then this list here, who are these people? Are just random people that you?
Those are your golfers.
Oh.
So I went to the golf course on Saturday and I interviewed as many people as I could for the 3 hours that I was there. We ended up interviewing about, I think it was 30 people, one of the employees, and then I had another interview with a local financial advisor that we were just trying to get more understanding of what golfers are actually looking for.
Right.
So you can see along the top, over on the left-hand side are their names. Then we asked them 3 questions. We posed, if there were options for this restaurant space, what would you like to see go in there? We got a number of different options. We presented American, Italian, steak, and Mexican.
Mhm.
And so the results are there. They're written a little bit better in the summary. But we had a very positive response to sushi. Lots of people were very interested in it because it was so unique. There were a couple people who didn't like sushi, which is understandable. We are definitely very inland. But to that end, they're one of my favorite people. Does everybody here like sushi? Does anybody not like sushi? There's the real question. You don't like sushi? Let me ask you, what is it about sushi that you don't like? You don't like fish. So this is a common misconception. Sushi actually refers to the rice itself. So to be considered sushi, it has to have the rice, because sushi in Japanese means to be sour, and it refers to the sushi vinegar that they use to create that sushi. Now, I love working with people who say they don't like sushi, because usually, like yourself, there's one of 3 or 4 things that people don't like: the thought of eating raw fish, the texture of it, the flavor of the nori, or, I mean, there's a billion different other reasons, an allergy of sorts. But once you know and understand what someone doesn't like about it, it's very easily overcome. And we have a 95% batting average of converting people who don't like sushi to sushi.
Mark.
So if you're interested, I'd love to take an opportunity to convert you. What's your preference? Is it rice that you don't like? Because that one's really hard to overcome.
quick question for you. The majority of the people on here say that they want a beer as well.
Absolutely.
So I'm not a beer drinker, I'm not a golfer, but it would seem to me that beer and golf go hand in hand. So are you guys proposing beer or just some higher end cocktails?
So we had a friend of mine who is interested in coming on as our head bartender. I had him put together a cocktail menu because that's where he really finds his joy. But we would also be offering the full range of regular drinks that you'd find at a bar.
Got it.
Beers on tap, and especially for the walk-up window. Our vision for that is to create a quick, easy grab and go environment so that the driving range is right there so that people can come, grab a drink, go back to golfing and drink or food in essentially a quick service style walk-up menu.
Any other questions from the council? But ma'am, we're just gonna, you can take questions afterwards with him if you'd like. Councilmember Ball, did you have something?
Oh, you're also gonna have a wine list as of now.
Oh, absolutely.
Any other questions from the council? All right, thank you very much.
Absolutely. I've got business cards as well. Would you like me to leave those with you or?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much for the opportunity to present. We appreciate it. And we're just really excited to be here with you today.
Thank you. Thank you, Isaac.
Okay, Doug Bird, I'm back. I was mistaken. Phones were turned off and I did not understand or realize the other presenters are here with Chavalitas. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. We are Las Chavelas Incorporated. My dad has been in the industry for over 35 years. He owns a little place called Casey's Place in the Valley. It's been there for 25 years. And I currently run his restaurant in Coeur d'Alene, Las Chavelas. It's been there 34 years. We're coming to you with a plan of a space to create an environment that is a little more upscale, something nice for Liberty Lake. It will be more of a Mexican fusion, which I know there is Mexican food here, but I'm creating an environment that's different. We'll put the plans up after I speak, but I want to create a space. I used to live in Liberty Lake. I kind of got a feel for what we like here and what's kind of missing. I think we're missing a nicer bar that's a little upscale, that has some great food, that's like quick bites, easy for golfers to eat, hit back on the course, get some drinks, have beer, have wine, have a mixologist with some great cocktails. And then another thing, I know that when they're on the course, if they want some drinks, maybe have a golf cart cocktail girl come and bring canned cocktails and bring there's so many canned cocktails now that are just great. And then there's beer, there's wine, things that are accessible for those that are already out on the course. I'm going to hand it over to my brother. He's an architect and he has created some plans for you guys.
Thanks, Vanessa. Thanks, City Council people. I'll wait for the PDF to appear on the screen. Great. So I'll just kind of walk you through this packet. Oh, thank you. Okay. So as you can see, this is a rendered view of the interior we're imagining. We would like something that's welcoming, modern, but has some warmth to it as well, giving maybe subtle hints of luxury, something that your patrons might appreciate. Yeah, so that goes down in terms of materials as well. Because this is a Mexican fusion restaurant, we want to incorporate perhaps some tile elements that can be perhaps sourced in some areas in Mexico that we are aware of. So yeah, that's the overall vibe. Next slide, please. And as Vanessa mentioned, this should be a fusion of Mexican, but also the elements that are Mexican, we want them to be elevated as well, not just your typical Mexican fare. Nothing wrong with Mexican fare, but we want to do something special for the people of the Liberty Lake. So we want to reference Mexico's past as well as its future. So next slide, please. So I came up with 3 different options for the space. as you might be aware, it's fairly limited, so we had to do some space planning to make sure there was enough equipment to satisfy the patrons, as well as seating. So this is kitchen option one, where the kitchen places has the most priority. It's on the upper left-hand side. Plan north is to the left. As you can see, that's where the entrance is. As soon as you walk in, there is that cone of view that indicated in blue with the dotted lines. That just shows you the sight lines. So as you walk in, you can see a lot of the seating as well as the bar on the opposite corner. So this option has minimized welcoming area, but because we do have that additional entrance on the other side, we anticipate there could be some waiting for seating there, as well as a host counter. Right, and this option does have the smaller bar. So if we go to the next page, this one prioritizes the bar and also offers seating that is beyond just table seating. So some people might come in, they just want a few drinks, catch up with their friends. That's an option for them with these sofas. As you see, I don't have a cursor, unfortunately, but it's just on the opposite side of the bar. So that whole area will be cordoned off for just 21 and over.
What's the, the box in the front with the big X through it? What is that?
The box in the
It's an elevator.
oh, correct.
Elevator, okay, thank
Yes.
you. Okay.
So that will take staff mainly to below decks where all the prep
Right,
areas are.
okay.
Great. Oh, one thing I didn't mention about the other plan is the amount of seating that we anticipate. So with this option, we can have about 54 diners, about 39 patrons in the bar for a total of 93. On the previous page, the numbers were a little higher. So dining prioritized at 62 with the smaller bar 35 for a total of 97. So we are on option 2. If we could go to option 3. This one we didn't see as the most preferred option, but it splits the kitchen in two. So on the upper left, there's dishwashing and then some additional sandwich food prep. But the main goal of this one was to have as open a view into the space as possible. So there's seating at the entrance, but then you can also see the bar beyond. Oh, and one thing I didn't mention on the other ones are some renderings on the right side of the page. This just gives you an impression of the materiality and the color schemes we're thinking. Next page, please. And this is a larger view, so you could kind of see the bar. We're anticipating some kind of wrought iron craftsman look and painted with a marigold theme. For Dia de los Muertos, that tends to be the main color used. So just kind of an homage to the history of Mexico. Right, and then we want to have lighting that is recessed under the countertop to give it more of a high-end feel. And as I mentioned before, lounge seating for those who are not hungry, but perhaps are a little more thirsty. Great, and then, oh, just in terms of lighting, to elevate the space, there's just some inspiration image that indicates some of the direction we can go. The rest is mainly just expanded views of the kitchen. But one thing I will point out is, oh, I'm sorry, on the next page, please. Right, so enlarged kitchen, probably not as important to all you all, but there is a QR code for anyone at home that wants to see an animation of basically a walkthrough of the kitchen. Unfortunately, I don't have the link here to share with those in person, but for those of you at home, that's for kitchen option 1, which we developed based on Tony's extensive experience with kitchen design and operations. Next slide, please. And for kitchen option 2, this was the other option that we developed a bit more. So there's another QR code available as well. And that's it. Any final thoughts you'd like to add?
I thank everybody for giving us an opportunity to at least present ourselves. Been in a restaurant business for 45 years, starting in Marina del Rey, California, Beverly Hills,
and Pacific Palisades. Coming to this area, being there was no Mexican restaurants, I waited 3 years before I opened my first one. Burrito King, Sprague and Evergreen, 87. So 1987, that is. Then after I saw how I was well received, we decided to have one location per bigger city. So where we go? Go from Spokane to Coeur d'Alene, to Post Falls, to Sandpoint. You guys were not around just yet. Now I want to give you a taste of Mexico. And as she said, it won't be my Chavela's menu just because of the environment that we trying to create in Liberty Lake. I would like that. I would like to have 204 items that I have in Coeur d'Alene. But she's going to run my restaurant. She's already doing a great job. She has a degree, and so she knows more than I do. There was something I got to tell you. Once, when we're in high school, we're all dumb. I know I was. But so I have an argument with my son in his bedroom. He told me something that I was doing wrong, and I said, son, I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you just once. I'm going to forget more than you'll ever learn. That was not the truth. Anyhow, this is what we want to do. We'll have some of the nicest and most preferred items in Coeur d'Alene, not the 200 and some. We have a little bit of Casey's attached to some salads, maybe a sandwich or two. We have really wonderful sandwiches. If you haven't been to Casey's, you have lost a lot. Okay, we have the best potato soup in the world. So I don't want to sell myself out, but we'll have probably potato soup there too. I got to ask the boss here, but yeah. So anyhow, with that, I just want to thank you for giving us the opportunity. And by the way, that gentleman before us, he was really well presented. I told Vanessa, I have a full plate. So there you go. It's, I don't know what else to say. If you have any questions, I'm sure.
Questions from the council?
City council works.
Councilmember Ball.
Yes.
So how many restaurants do you have now?
Okay, so she says she didn't want me to mention this, but I had as many as 6. And 2 only because I was thinking of retirement. And I don't want to leave her 6 restaurants. She don't want to. So little by little, they've been going away, but they still exist. With some of the recipe, we got La Cabaña used to be a restaurant in Post Falls. It used to be Chavela's. Now it's La Cabaña on Southeast Way. And then we have, in Spokane, we have Dos Amigos on Trenton Pines. Okay. They're operating still. They're real close to us. We're still the best. Anyhow, sorry for being so.
Spokane Valley. I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah, my wife runs the Casey's Place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a little deli. Just 10 till 3. Easy one. Okay.
Any other questions from the council? All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anything more to add on there?
No, I don't think so. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present these 2 tonight.
And we'll be back on November 4th with the other 2. Is that what you?
I believe that's the plan.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. We'll move on to item 9B, the refining a recommended public art program funding strategy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Evan's going to queue up a brief presentation. This is going to be more to guide the conversation versus going through a handful of slides. But just to draw your attention back to the conversation we had on September 3rd during the workshop, that was really more of an opportunity to kind of present to council different options that may be available for defining a mechanism to provide some dedicated funding for public art. We've had a public art program in the city for quite a while, as you all know, and we talked about then. And so after that workshop and after having discussed the results of the workshop with the Parks and Arts Commission and with staff, unfortunately, at the time, I wasn't aware that the policy that I've since sent out to you all was in place. And so I'm glad to know that that's there because I believe it provides a framework that doesn't need much tweaking. I think in order to accomplish what council has said it wants to accomplish with the public art program, it requires some tweaking. But I think the bones of it are strong and something that we can build off of. And so Evan, if you go to the next slide, and I want to acknowledge before we start talking about this, that at that discussion, the number was somewhere between 3 and 5 suggestions to bring back for funding mechanisms. And as we had the conversation, particularly surrounding whether we wanted to have some kind of revenue-based calculation based on a formula or an expenditure-based calculation based on a formula, or tying something to the capital facilities plan. After we talked through all of those options, we really decided, and if you'll remember, when we had the conversation regarding the library ordinance and the funding mechanism tied to the library, we made the recommendation to pull the calculated formula out of that. And that's sound logic, and it applies here as well. And so as we discuss that and kind of talk through all of the potential funding streams that would be created by using one of those, we really just felt that that wasn't the best way to move forward. And so as a result of that, we didn't bring back 3 to 5. We brought back a menu of things that we think will put the city's public art program in a new position to deliver some fantastic pieces of art in the future and going forward. And so I want to draw your attention to the slide, and this is essentially section 1.2 of the existing policy that was passed by council back in 2019, and it talks specifically about funding the public art program. And as you can see there, it's essentially directing the staff and the Parks and Arts Commission to come up with a proposed budget based on a slate of projects that's defined by a strategic plan. And that slate of projects, that strategic plan, and that annual budget will be approved by council on an annual basis. And we believe that with some slight modifications to the policy, that method will provide the outcome that council described when we had the initial discussion on September the 3rd. And so if you can go to the next slide, Evan, we'll get straight to the recommendations. And these are in alignment with the Parks and Arts Commission. We've had the opportunity to have a couple of discussions at their regular meetings on the first Monday of the month. And so these come as a result of kind of chewing through what options are available. And essentially it's to preserve that funding strategy that we just looked at in the existing policy. But also to add a couple of elements that make it more defined, and that is to define specific projects in the capital facilities plan. The current plan has a single line item that lumps everything together, and so it's not easy to tell what's being delivered. And so we would propose to define those specific projects in the plan. The next item would be to transfer the annual budgeted funds into the Parks and Arts Fund, which is Fund 111. So that as they're executing, they don't get tripped up by our cash funding basis, number one, and number two, circumstances that are outside of their control, whether that's weather related, whether that's an artist backs out of an agreement, or any other number of things that could occur to delay a project. But having said that, and hearing the concerns that have been raised not only at the September 3rd workshop, but that go back into time, that concern about delivery. What happens if these funds start to accumulate and projects aren't delivered? Well, we're recommending that we include a reverter. And essentially what that means is that if the funds aren't spent within a given amount of time, whatever that time frame is, that can be defined, that they would go back to the fund of origin. Now, obviously, we would want to put a provision in there that council may exercise an option to extend if there are extenuating circumstances and you choose to do that. Else they go back to the fund of origin. And so, for example, if the funds go into Fund 111 through the annual budget process from the general fund, if a project wasn't executed within the time frame council chose not to extend, they would revert back to the general fund and so on. And so that essentially is the slate of recommendations that we bring forward to you. And of course, these can be tweaked and customized to make sure that we're delivering the outcome that you want to see. We've taken, and the commission in particular has taken the challenge of being bold to heart. And so I think you've seen that in the 2025 budget proposal, and you would expect to see that going forward. And so with that, and is Nancy still here? Nancy's still here. And so if you have questions, either myself or Nancy can take a shot at answering them.
Any questions? Councilmember Dunn.
Mark, the reverter concept, could you roll to the prior slide just for discussion? Is there any other fund in our city that has this reverter feature?
Kyle.
No, we have, I would say, a informal reverter feature where council gets to discuss it every year with the annual budget, but nothing that is specifically identified that if it's not spent within this amount of time, then it automatically reverts back to a fund. So,
I mean, my perception as comparison, we have a fund to support undergrounding utilities, which we make annual contributions to, but we didn't make any provision to say remove it from that fund at any time in the future.
right.
Okay. I'm wondering why include that? Why is that important? The reverter thing, sorry.
So I think it's important because the purpose of transferring the funds into transferring the budget into the fund is to execute specific projects. And if those projects aren't executed within a reasonable time, whatever the number you get to decide, whatever that is, 3 years, 5 years, 12 years, whatever. If it's not executed, council can take a step to exercise an extension, or the funds can revert back to the general fund or the fund of origin.
Okay.
But, and part of this was based upon some concerns that were brought forward that money was accumulating, budgets were approved, but no execution was happening. And so this is a counterbalance to that.
Councilmember Ball.
So you're not saying that if a project is underway, but it's not finished when it was supposed to be finished, that you would pull the.
No, and I think, and I may kind of parse the meaning here. I think the thought is that, council may exercise the option to extend. This is a very informal, I think, process by which a lot of times we can have a discussion kind of later this month and into next month. We have some funds that have sat dormant for a couple of years. And so I think we can have this discussion every single year on this exact topic of, if we don't think these funds are being used or used in a timely manner, council has absolute discretion to pull those funds back into the fund of origin, or let them sit and give them an option to carry out the projects that were promised.
I think Councilmember Kennedy
go
is
right
next. Okay, Councilmember Kurtz.
Could we also just do that through the budgeting process each year?
Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you. I can recall at the time there was a lot of discussion on this because we were just getting started with Parks and Arts. A lot of ideas we're trying to look at. One of the things we discussed that the dollar amount that is in there each year would roll over and roll over, roll over, and that was some confusion and concern. But one of the things that came up that I was concerned that we would not get in this position is that, if I remember correctly, the Parks and Art was restricted if they said, okay, we're going to put $50,000 towards this project, and the council approved that. If it drug, they would have the option to say, you know what, that's not going to work. It's not going to work. So we would like to take that 50,000 and put it over to this one. That was somewhat that I think was not really refined at the time, that I think it's important that we have that option, that Parks and Art has that option, because eventually it comes to the council for approval on what the art's going to be.
Quick question, Kyle or Mark, aren't we kind of using the same concept later on when we're talking about taking $100,000 out of the community messaging fund and putting it into the library project? I mean, it's the same type of concept, right?
I mean, you're transferring funds from one place to another, but it's not using the same mechanism.
Right, but we would be, essentially, what we're saying is because the community messaging funds haven't been used, let's use them someplace else.
Essentially,
Okay.
yeah. But going back to the point, council gets to make that
Right,
decision, yeah.
right. What do you need from us on this?
Essentially, are there any things on here that you don't want to see? Do you want us to move forward with these? Do you have any suggestions for adding, changing, scrap it all, start over? We're looking for direction so we can bring you back a revised public art policy and procedure document for your review and approval.
Councilman Gunn?
So I'd reflect that, for example, in the upcoming budget that we'll be considering, there will be an amount stated that would be intended for Fund 111 in support of public art, including what may be the, reflecting what may be some of the strategic plans that the Parks and Arts Commission has made. So I can see that these things will take place. What the action of item 4 is, or what the council should do to bring that to life is not clear.
So this would require a couple of things. It would require an update to the Parks and Art, or I'm sorry, the public art policies and procedures, and may require an update to the financial policies.
All four?
Say
All
again.
four of these items? Or just number 4?
Just number
Just
four.
number 4.
Just number four.
Yeah, and I would argue we may not need an update to the financial policy for number 4, depending on how it's worded.
Councilmember Kurtz?
If we're looking for kind of a direction to move forward, I am interested in, I was originally interested in having like a defined calculation that was dedicated. But I think that I'm in support of 1, 2, and 3. And then seeing how it goes with the other stuff, because I think we have the ability to do the reverter process through the budgeting process each year. We have the ability to evaluate how much we're going to spend each year and if money needs to be allocated somewhere else. And so I think that I would like to try out the new, well, I guess it's kind of the same process actually, without the reverter piece.
Anyone else? Councilmember Kennedy?
Question, are you recommending we take out the reverter?
Yeah, I would support 1, 2, and 3. And then if we get into a situation in the future where there's some debacle where it hasn't been spent and we're having some confusion about that, then we could add that into the policy. But we have the ability to essentially do that action now through the budgeting process every year. So it feels a little redundant to me.
Councilmember Kennedy?
With 4B, funds returned to fund of origin, I have a little challenge with that I would hope that the council at the time that we have very clear how that's going to work. And what I mean by that is that I was still in favor that we would have, let's say, a minimum dollar amount that they could work off of. And there are times that could be increased. My concern would be is that if we get a lot of funds in there and suddenly somebody gets a wild hair, as they say, well, let's pull those funds out and use it for something else. Public art is something I'm a big supporter of, because in this city, we have 3 golf courses and people talk about we're known because of our golf courses. No, we're not. We're not known because Liberty Lake has 3 golf courses. We're known for the benefit of Liberty Lake and stuff. I've always felt that the art gives us the edge that will really put us on for not only our citizens and people come through here. We have 3 gorgeous golf courses. When people drive through here, they don't necessarily see it now unless it's trailhead on it. But by putting emphasis on the art and give sufficient funding, and I mean really, let's give them sufficient funding with council's approval of what the product is going to be. So we will establish a reputation of Liberty Lake as if people go through, they'll go, my God, here's a town that is well known for what? Their art. So, thank you.
Can I just throw an idea out on the table here? Instead of number 4 on here, what if we included something that required a higher threshold to access the funds? In other words, the council will have to come back in and say, maybe it's a super majority or maybe it's something else, would have to come in and say, we are going to remove these funds and transfer them back to their original fund of origin. But in order to do that, we have to have a higher threshold to do it. I'm just throwing that idea out. That maybe could solve some of the issues that we're talking about of trying to have a fund that is not subject to the whim of somebody just going in and wanting to spend the money, but also gives maybe a little bit of security to the Parks and Arts Commission to say, hey, we know that the council's not going to be able to take that money out there unless we have a higher threshold to do it. Councilmember Kennedy.
I want to go back to 4 or 5 years ago, is that what was really stressed at the time that I recall for Parks and Art is that here's X number of dollars. This is yours. Run with it with our approval on what the art's going to be. And there was different ideas that came up. It was going to, like the GOAT or something like that, for golfers, it was going to cost us X number of dollars. And it took a long period of time to try to figure out where we are on that. As it turned out, it was either impossible to develop it or it was too costly. So it was sort of looked at, well, let's pull that money back. No. Let's give them the option to, if it's going to be a long period of time, these are the funds that you have to work with. If it becomes obvious that you can't work with that, then take those funds and use them on this other project. In other words, it's to me, it's encouraging moving forward.
Yeah. Any other? Yeah, Councilmember Spencer.
Yeah, I'm not certain whether I think one way or another on 4. I think from my perspective, if you're sitting in the Parks and Arts Commission and you have a budget, that you start earmarking those funds for specific projects as soon as they come in, and whether that's a multi-year project or whatever, that you start earmarking those funds, and then that presentation is made to us as the ones who would potentially want to go after those funds for whatever reason. If we can see they've got a plan, I think where there might be a tendency for future councils perhaps to go and dip into that fund is they don't see it being spent, and they don't see what the purpose is. So if whatever we decide as a council is appropriate for that funding, I think really at the end of the day, if that commission is being diligent to identify projects and earmark all those funds, that I think that's going to be a success for Liberty Lake.
So I guess I'm wondering too, if, I know what staff's recommendation is to preserve the current financial policies, but to do a percentage, which is what we talked about before, or is this where you guys want to head? And I'm open either way. I just want to see if there's value in, I'm hearing worry a little bit, and I have it in my own head too, about that it seems like this group is supportive of dedicating money to art, but if there's a council in the future that's not, and we can't prevent, they can do what they want later. But if this is something that we feel is a value to Liberty Lake and we want to set that legacy for it, do we want to do that through more of a dedicated fund or not?
That's the same question I keep asking myself. Because I want us to be consistent, obviously, and we earlier this year, as we talked about with the whole library issue, we said it was not good policy to have a certain percentage going to any specific item in the city, that we just do that through our budgeting process. But at the same time, I kind of feel like for this particular case, as we really ramp up Parks and Art, it would behoove us to have a specific funding strategy, but I'm not sure exactly what that is.
So I would say that this is a funding strategy. It's just, so for example, if you're looking, if you're recalling some of the conversations and the methods that we reviewed, if you're tying it on the expenditure side, and there was quite a bit of discussion that wasn't the preferred method. It was better to look at the revenue side. But if you're tying it to, say, capital projects, the amount that's budgeted, and correct me, Nancy, if I'm misstating this, but the amount that's budgeted this year exceeds the percentages that we were talking about for the entire capital facilities plan. So you would have to set the percentage at something like 5.5%. we were talking 1%, in order to meet the current budget. And so based on, and then if you look at revenues, even if you use sales tax revenue, we're forecasted to collect 6.7 million-ish.
Yeah.
So 1% of that is 67 grand. They're budgeted to have 157,000 in 2025. So you're gonna have to jack that percentage up. And so considering the fact that this particular council is committed to funding projects, the method that's already in place allows you to evaluate specific proposed projects and their prices and approve that on an annual basis. Really, the issue is, how is that going to be executed, and is it going to be executed timely? That's really what we're trying to make sure occurs. And I'll say number 4 is not intended to not deliver art. Number 4 is intended to tie 1 through 3 together so that if there's something that's lagging behind, council has the option to say, no, that's a worthwhile project. We want to extend that, or no, we really don't. And we can reallocate the funds if we want to in the next budget cycle.
Mark, can I add a few more, a little more flavor onto what you said? Because I went back to my notes from our meeting on September 4th. So the current amount this year was 65 that was allocated. You're talking about what they're proposing for next year?
So next year's
157.
proposal, I believe, is 157-ish.
Yeah.
So that's the other issue, right? Is that we're currently accounting for not delivering projects and rolling them over. When you have a dedicated, when you're transferring those funds, you don't have that issue.
Right.
And so you're budgeting based on a proposed plan that has specific projects, and then you're monitoring the delivery of those projects.
And then if we, for instance, if we just did a 2% of the sales tax, so we'd be at about 120 based on my math. Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's north, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, to Councilmember Kurtz's point, a third option here would be to have this be temporary, to build up the fund and to put a sunset on it, to say for the next 4 years, we're gonna make sure that 2.5% of sales taxes or 2 or whatever the mechanism might be, will be going to Fund 111. And then that expires at 2027 or 2028, unless obviously the future council approves that. That is another way we could try to build up the fund, but not make it to where it's permanent. Councilmember Spencer?
I like that option, because it starts to set a precedent anyway for us as a city. It's not something we've really been consistent on so far. And so I like that idea. I don't like the idea of having it go indefinitely because, you know, we're gonna get to max build out and, you know, start running out of places to put art, I suppose. But I think that's a good idea. 4 or 5 years, and then reevaluate it at that point.
Councilmember Kurtz?
I like that idea, and I like it because it shows this council's commitment to it. It shows an investment. It goes along in some ways with what Councilmember Spencer has said about saving up for things, so that we can do that. And I like that there's just the commitment to bringing art to the community and perhaps funding it maybe at a higher value than what we originally talked about.
Councilmember Van Orden?
I tend to agree too. I like the rollover aspect. So while we're looking at future, if we've got a large project, it's accumulated, we can tackle it. It sounds like a good win-win.
Councilmember Dunn?
So it sounds like we're proposing a potential change to the finance policy. If you'd like to restate that as a motion.
Do you need a motion, Mark, to bring it back?
At this
or-
point, no, we're just kind of workshopping and getting direction to bring back some future action.
I mean, I'm happy to make a motion if you need it, or we could just, Councilmember Kurtz?
I think if we're gonna do a motion, we probably want to talk about like what the percent might be,
Yeah.
make a proper
Yeah.
motion too. So that might be something we want to mull through a little bit, like what that potential percent might be to.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but it sounds like the consensus is to bring something back with a temporary funding mechanism that would last maybe 4 years, 5 years, something like that. Maybe it's the sales tax. I mean, based on the numbers that you guys have and the numbers that Nancy was talking about in terms of rolling over and seeing what a good amount might be. I mean, maybe the 2% is right because that would provide about 120. And I'm assuming that maybe 20 or 30 is rolling over, or
67,000.
67 is rolling over this year.
60,000.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
The rollover is kind of important, I think, to the commission because say we bid out a sculpture project and it's a $40,000 project. We are not probably paying that artist 40,000. We might be paying them 30, and then we might have some infrastructure for the sculpture, but we have a little bit of a contingency. So every year from every project, unless it's really a cost overrun, we're gonna have a little extra dollars. And right now, those just kind of go away.
Yeah.
So if those go through and build up, if you have a percentage where you would get around 120, that's an amount where we can do something, not a ton. I mean, nothing is cheap anymore.
Yeah.
But then we would still have that contingency fund in many cases from the previous year. So if we spent 120 of the dedicated percentage, we still may have a few more dollars for that year based on what we saved. Maybe we got a sponsor. We've been approached by a couple people that might want to do stuff. So that will allow us to have a good solid base where we can be more bold and we can do more and create. But we will also have a little bit probably extra every year because of cost savings, sculptures, donations and whatever that is. So I think that's a solid proposal. And as a commission, I think we would appreciate what you're saying, the commitment to the community that public art is important. And for councils coming forward, they're going to see that you did that. And I'm assuming that if that goes well and it's working, that maybe that would be renewed for another period of time, you know, as we go forward as a city. So, but I want you to know that we will probably have a little savings every year.
Yeah.
And then if it carries over, we don't have to ask to carry over money because say the sculpture project in my report, I was saying they're working on it, but by the time it's done, we won't be able to install it until the following year. So we're not going to pay until the product is delivered.
Right.
And that money, now we have to say, oh, by the way, we want this, and then we still want that money. And if we just had a fund, I think that would work.
Mark, and again, somebody jump in here if I'm misstating this. So I would guess that what we're asking to be brought back is a funding mechanism. Again, maybe it's the sales tax, maybe you guys have something else that you're recommending of around 120, 130, that would be rollover. A rollover would be allowed and that it would expire after the sunset would be 4 years-ish. Is that work for everyone?
So I would like to have a consensus on something more solid than ish.
Come on, that's official.
Only because we want to bring you back something that
Yes.
that is approvable.
Well, let's do a motion then.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we bring back a proposal for a 2% sales tax allocation each year to Fund 111 sunsetting, starting in 2025, sunsetting in 2029, and those funds would roll over. It's a long motion.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Kurtz.
Can you repeat it one more
Yes,
time?
so the motion, yeah. Done.
Kelsey, will you just read it?
Yeah.
Oh.
And there was no ish in that official proposal.
So is a motion to bring back a proposal for 2% sales tax allocation each year to Fund 111, starting in 2025 and sunsetting in 2029, and those funds would roll over.
And Annie seconded. So any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 7-0. Does that work, Mark?
we will bring that back for your consideration.
Excellent.
Is that enough issues?
I just
Without any
wanted a
issues.
specific direction to go, so you've provided that, so we'll bring it back.
Very good.
All right, we are up to general business items. I'll make a motion to approve general business items A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Well, no discussion because they're general business. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, passes 7-0. All right, we are up to general business item 11, recommending the design and construction project budget and funding for the library. Yes, Councilmember Kennedy.
At this point, I propose a motion to postpone moving forward with the library expansion until complete evaluation of including remodel to the existing library, city hall, and police department space.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it
Okay.
for a discussion.
Councilmember Spencer seconded it. Discussion, Councilmember Kennedy.
The purpose being is that I don't think it's a matter of trying to not prevent the library getting a newer building. I don't think anybody is against that aspect of it on it. What it is that what, not only what the cost is, what is the ripple effect for the city when it comes to other projects? Now, what's been discussed is that we realize, and this has been brought up, we have a library now that we're going to vacate that space. What are we going to do with it? The logical thing would be, as it's been thrown out in the past, is maybe we do something with City Hall, moving some of the employees over there. It's already been brought up also that with City Hall, if that's the case, what do we need to do here for any remodeling that has to be done? We certainly found out with the building that we bought that maybe there should have been more due diligence at the time to find out what it was going to cost realistically, hard numbers to bring that up to code. We're there now, but I still don't see, at least for me, is that I'm not willing to move forward on getting more space on it. But the dollar amount to me is critical. If we've spent so much time on the dollar amount of the new library to get additional space for events, things of sort here, I don't see how this council could ignore the ripple effect, how it affects everything else. When we started looking at Trailhead, doing something with that, we own Trailhead, but Trailhead we had to do something there. I mean, I don't care how much lipstick you put on a pig, it was still a pig. So we had to do something there. But at the same time, prior to that, there was a lot of discussion about outgrowing this facility and what we were going to do with that. That's where Greenstone Building came into play, things of the sort here. So the point is that there's a lot more to our decision when it comes to the dollar amount. What I am not happy about, that if we moved ahead with whatever it's going to be, and then 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 months down the road is, oh, what are we going to do with the existing building? What are we going to do when they move out? And suddenly we've opened up this again. Is it, well, where's the dollar amount, where it's coming from? If we're going to do that, do it now. Do it now. Don't kick this can down the road when it comes to the existing library space and also the police department. Do they want some additional space? Do they need something that has to be done there? All of those things can come into play. If we ran into a situation with the building that we purchased that had to be upgraded, will that suddenly happen when we look at the existing library space? Or City Hall, if we're going to do some remodeling, that suddenly we have to take into consideration something we didn't anticipate because of maybe the heating, air conditioning, whatever the case may be. So that's the reason why. My intention is not to eliminate, and that's the misception, what will happen tonight with social media, is that, well, they'll want to do this, they'll want to do this. No, that's not the case. Is that how do we do it and do it effectively so it doesn't hinder us on the other things we have to do?
Additional comments, Councilmember Kurtz.
Is Lisa here? Is Lisa here? Somewhere?
No,
Okay.
she was.
My question, I wanted to ask our planning and engineering department, maybe Mark, you can answer this. Does our city currently have the bandwidth to move things from our comprehensive plan to now for planning for all of these pieces of things now?
So the the planning department or staff internal to the city, even outside of the planning department, I would say the answer is probably not. However, we have contracted out the master facilities planning effort. And so we have outside expertise, third-party expertise that is currently underway and doing that analysis. And so their project schedule is indicating that we will have something to bring back to council by way of recommendations and funding strategies in late February, early March.
Additional comments? Okay, yeah, Councilmember Kurtz.
I think that when Councilmember Kennedy and I talked about this in between last meeting and now, I think one of my things that we talked about in particular, and Councilmember Van Orman has brought this up too, is trying to take one bite at a time. And I think at this point, if we were to delay this project and come up with a facilities plan for all of our facilities at once, I would bet something meaningful that this council wouldn't go into debt to do that in the next 6 months. So I feel like by delaying the library piece, and I do agree in some points with having the whole plan all at once. But I don't think we're prepared to do that now. And I think we've got to be able to adjust along the way with our priorities and our priority-based budgeting as we move forward through the next couple of years, because we do have this planned out. I just don't think we're prepared to come back with a, $15 million building, whatever it's going to be, for all of those different parts and pieces. And I don't think we have the bandwidth for the staff to do that work, to do all that managing of all those plans all at once in order to do something all at once. So my preference would be to move forward with discussing just the library and moving forward on that project, and then being able to adjust as we move forward.
Additional comments? Councilmember Van Orn?
Mark, this is for you. Is there an opportunity for us to bring this building up to code while we're waiting for the rest?
The technical answer is yes. However, and if Jonathan is on, I would ask him to provide some technical expertise here. Staging it in that way would wind up costing us far more in the future than it would be to not do that and do whatever the construction project ultimately is going to be at one time. Jonathan, can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, I'm here. My camera is struggling to load. There it goes. Mark, you're spot on. I would advise it against that. I don't see many advantages by just doing code upgrades. You'd have a lot of inefficiencies. That would not be my recommendation.
Can I just make a quick comment, and then I can come back to you, Councilmember Kurtz. So 2 weeks ago, when we got done with the meeting, I talked to Mark afterwards, and I said if we could get the project down to about 5 million, I'd be willing to support it. A few days after that, we received the insurance assessment in our email on what the building is valued at, and it was 3.7 million. So I originally voted in opposition to purchasing the building because of the fact that we had no idea what it was going to cost us to bring it up to code. And now we're running into this situation where it's costing us a whole heck of a lot more to bring it up to code. When we had the feasibility study back in 2022, they said at that time it was probably going to be about 1.5 million. Now it's going to probably be about double that. So we take the 2.1 million that we purchased for it. We add the 1.5 to, the 3-ish to bring it up to code. And then the other numbers that we're talking about tonight to actually renovate the place, you're talking about a total investment on that building of $8 million, give or take. When the insurance company is telling us it's only worth 3.7. I don't think anybody would say that that's an economically good thing to do. I have real concerns that we're gonna put $8 million into this and we're not gonna be able to get it insured for $8 million. I think that's a big, big issue that we have to tackle before we can move forward. This has nothing to do with whether it's the library or the council chambers or a police department or whatever building. This is just pure economic numbers that we're talking about here. And I always take a look at these things from the perspective of my family budget. And I will tell you that if I had $8 million, which I don't, if I had $8 million, I would not invest $8 million in something that's only worth $4 million. And even if we renovate the building, even if we bring it up to code, even if we do all the things that we're talking about, I have serious doubts that we're going to get to that $8 million number. So right away, we're going to be underwater with that city building. And that's what concerns me the most. So I'm going to speak in favor of the motion, not because I don't want us to move forward on getting an updated library, but these numbers to me don't make a heck of a lot of sense. Councilmember Kurtz.
Can I ask a follow-up question to one of your things?
Yeah.
The $3.7 million from the insurance assessment, was that for the building as it is today or as it will be built?
No, that was for 2024 appraisal. Kyle, do you want to provide any additional context there?
No, just to affirm that it's current condition assessment.
So right now we spent 2.1 million? Yeah, ish,
To purchase the
building.
Is that right, Kyle?
Yeah, 2.175.
Yeah.
And right now it's worth 3.7 million?
According to our insurance company.
Yeah.
Pretty good investment.
Okay, so
But we can't do anything with it.
well, I mean, I think that, I think the question that I wanted to make sure that I got that clarified, but the other piece of it, of even just bringing up to code, part of the reason that we have to do the investments at the $2 million mark to bring it up to code is because there was a change in use. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so if we go in and put all these investments in and somebody else, we're gonna sell the building or do something else with the building, but it may not be the right investments to make in that to sell it. I mean, I don't see the value, I guess my point is I don't see the value in just bringing it up to code because that may not be what the use of the building is in the future. I think it would be a waste of city's dollars to do that without doing the rest of it. I don't think that's a good investment because we don't know what the use would be or if there's a market for that use that we have it in if we were going to get rid of it later. So I feel like we do have a good investment over the last 2 years, year and a half of over, I mean, that's quite a bit of money.
2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$1.6 million in equity, essentially, in the building.
I will just clarify. First of all, I'm not suggesting just doing the one piece, just doing the code piece. But I think we can talk about the 2.1 that we paid for it, but we also we have to talk about the number that we have to spend to bring it up to code. And what we're being told is put aside all the rest of the project. Just to bring it up to code, we're talking 2.1 or 2.8-ish, 2.9 is what they were saying at the last meeting. So you add those two numbers together, you're at 5. 5 would be the total cost, and the buildings were 3.7. So that's the challenge that I'm running into, even if we don't do anything else with it, even if we just bring it into code. Councilmember Ball.
Kyle, is the 3.7 million, excuse me, the assessed valuation, or was that an independent appraisal?
That is an appraiser that is hired out by our insurance company.
Okay, okay. And then the 2.1 that we paid for the building, was that not purchased with COVID money, ARPA, or whatever you call it?
Yeah, it was. Yep.
Okay, so we didn't really pay for it.
Yeah.
Technically, it was federal.
So
funds.
we used, to clarify, we used 1.5 million of ARPA funds and approximately 675,000 of REIT funds.
Right, but so how Councilmember Cargill's coming up to 8 million doesn't make sense to me because, I mean, in essence, that 1.5 million was a gift. I mean, that's how I look at it. I mean, personally, I don't know why we would drag our feet on this because it's going to get more expensive the longer we put it off. Because inflation, I mean, it's not going to stop. And we've gone this far with it, you know, kicking the can down the road. does not make sense to me. And Mike, I appreciate your, wanting to get the whole puzzle put together at one time, but it's gonna be onerous on staff. And I mean, then we're gonna end up nowhere, not getting anything done. No library, no nothing. So.
We'll go Councilmember Kennedy and then Councilmember Kurtz.
I certainly agree. There's no way I'd ever disagree that it's going to be more expensive at any time we do anything. But the $1.6 million, whatever it was, COVID money, that was citizens of Liberty Lake money. Okay? That went into our general fund.
Right.
So that was the citizens' money that is there. I want to say is that a word that I love is intrinsic value. Now, if it turns out that that building, we put X number of dollars in it and it's really worth X number of dollars, and there was a discrepancy of $1 million or more, the intrinsic value for me is well worth that amount of money. And the example is Trailhead. Okay? We have so much money into Trailhead that we will never, ever get back. But there's an intrinsic value that we as citizens have received from that. So I'm not going to get hung up on that total dollar amount that is being discussed there. I think it's important we take that in consideration, because moving forward, we need to keep that, be aware of that. When I talk about my motion is that evaluate including remodel of existing library, city hall, police department. I appreciate what Councilmember or Annie is saying, that maybe all of that is a lot, but I know one thing, as soon as we move out, we have to deal with that building where the library is now. We may not have to come in and do something with this building. We may not have to do something with the police building. But we have to do something about that building. We're not going to have a choice, because we're not going to sit there being vacant. We're going to have to do something. And that has to be addressed, in my opinion, immediately. Now, some of this other stuff could be postponed of City Hall or something like that. We could move some of City Hall over there and not have to put money into this building, because we're not doing anything that forces us to do that. But we have to take that into consideration. What's a ripple effect of this entity moving into another building that we own? It's not going to sit vacant. We have to do something about that. And it's going to be immediately. If it was going to be 6 months or 2 years down the road, I wouldn't be talking right now. That wouldn't be an issue, but it's an issue because it has to be dealt with immediately.
Councilmember Kurtz.
First, Kelsey, the mayor had something she wanted read in, and now might be the time to do that. Or not. And then I have a comment.
So, I want to modify a little bit, what the mayor sent, only because there's a figure in there that I want to make sure that is clarified. The mayor wanted everybody to know that, from an alternative funding perspective, a revenue stream perspective, at the last council meeting, we talked about the possibility of acquiring donations, private donations to fund and offset some of the cost. And so we've set a goal of $500,000 in total to help support the project. And thus far, since the last meeting, so in that 2-week period, we have 2 commitments. And those commitments total $325,000. And so the thought process is going forward, and I know there's some other folks in the crowd that have a separate effort ongoing that could help to contribute to that number. But I think the expectation would be, as we go forward, that $500,000 goal will be met. When it will be met, it's hard to say. But considering that $325,000 has already been committed, we're off to a great start. And so that helps to identify an alternative funding source that did not exist 2 weeks ago.
Councilmember Kurtz.
So can someone do the math for me? I'm looking at you. We have 325,000 and we have how much in the grant?
I will help with that.
You'll help with that? Okay. So I think one of my points is that we have grant money available. There are opportunities to continue to get more grant money. There are opportunities, once we commit to a project, to get additional funding from the community. And I do believe, I have faith in this community that that will happen to a significant dollar figure. Thank you. We voted several times to support the library project. And I was looking back at our strategic plan today to see if our priorities are aligning and our vision is aligning with what we're talking about. And in that process, in the strategic planning process, 45% of our community said amenities and a sense of place were a priority, and that was number 4 on their list. 40% of the citizens who responded said city facilities and infrastructure were important to them, and that was number 6 on the list. One of the things that they said that makes you unsatisfied with living in Liberty Lake, 56% of the residents who responded said a lack of amenities. Our strategic plan priority, one of 5 of those priorities is planned growth and infrastructure. And one of the key results for measurement of success is planned facilities that keep pace with expected growth. One of the things that we have done is we have done an assessment that said that we need this to match our growth. Right now, the city has enough money in the general fund to pay for the library without going into debt. We can maintain our reserve funds and we can meet our operating expenses. We can continue to run the city as it is today without going into debt, which is one of, informally, our council's position. And so I'm going back to you, Councilmember Kennedy, because in a meeting in March this year, I just want to read back one of the things that you said.
Say that last part again.
I'm going to read you something that you said. My vision for our library is as a community center and a gathering space. Start the vision now. I envision my granddaughter will use this as a gathering space, not just a place to get books. I want to put it at the same level as our roads and our staff. I want to look at what it costs and do we have the revenue to do it? So I feel like we're getting a little off track by all of the other pieces that are not in front of us today. And while I think we need to be thinking about those too, this is what it costs to build a library. We have an assessment that says that we need to increase our library in order to match the pace of the growth of the city. So I feel like by not moving forward on the library project, we're not following our strategic plan and we're not responding and anticipating the needs of our community as we move forward. And so I have a real hard time when we've got funding and we've got the data in front of us that shows that there are active efforts in the community and within our own government to offset some of that cost. We've got to be able to commit to it in order to have those commitments from everybody else to continue to offset those costs. I just really feel like there is going to be a groundswell of support in the form of funding for parts and pieces of this library that the city's not going to have to pay for. And I really want us to consider moving forward with the $5.8 million outside of the motion that's on the floor right now.
So the motion on the floor, Kelsey, can you reread it and then we'll take more comments?
I don't know that I have it word for word, so Councilmember Kennedy, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the gist of it is to move to postpone the decision on the library project until evaluation of the existing City Hall, library, and police department space.
Correct.
Okay, it was seconded by Councilmember Spencer. So Councilmember Kennedy.
Yeah, I'd like to carry up a little bit what Councilman Kurtz is saying. Thanks for reading what I said, because I still believe that. This is not an issue that we're not going to move ahead. It's not an issue for me that we're not going to move ahead. I've said since day one, I'm in favor of having a community center. I was also in favor of having a community center in Trailhead. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. We promised the citizens that was exactly going to happen. If this is $5 or $6 or $8 million, whatever it is, if we have the cash to do it, that's great. But I also feel this, if we have to go into debt at this point of X number of dollars to fulfill these other things, I would support that. Because what I have to look at reality. The reality is based on what Kyle has said, we could spend $5.8 million. Now, I think it's great that we have the possibility of a grant, but that's not guaranteed. I think we have a really good chance of getting that, but that's not we don't have that check right now. Okay, you can cross your head in your eyes as much as you want in the audience, but we don't have that right here. Okay, now it's great that we've got donations with the idea that whoever these individuals are, they would do that. That's exciting. I'm excited about that. But for making a decision moving forward, I can't go forward with a decision based on the grant or based on the targeted goal of $500,000. And here's why. I had this conversation with Mark, and that's before the $500,000 target. If the Commerce grant comes through and we move ahead with this and it comes through, hallelujah, that's fantastic. But if we put everything on that grant is so critical and it doesn't come through, are we going to stop moving ahead in the library? No, we're not. So that means what are we going to do? We're going to go over in this pot and take out $1 million. We're going to bring it over here. I don't have a challenge with that. But don't tell me that I have to make a decision at any time based on something that we might get or somebody has come forward. I think it's fantastic that we could get that type of donations and stuff. But I can't base my decision on, well, it looks like we're going to get this. I can only go on what Kyle says. We have $5.8 million. We have the money to do that? Yes, we do. Is it too much or not? Could be. Well, once again, it comes back to that intrinsic value. But what also comes down to is that what has been said to me is, well, Mike, if we don't move forward on this, it's going to cost more as time goes on. I'm going to give that right back at you. If we don't do something in plan with the same time we're moving ahead on the library, with the existing library space, it's going to cost us more money. So either we pay it now or we're going to pay a lot more down the road. That's where I'm at.
Councilmember Ball.
Okay, to speak to that, Mike, I mean, how difficult is it? You're talking about the old library space. Why not? There's overflow here. Obviously, this building is packed. How complicated could it be to move some of the overflow in this building into that space? It can't be that complicated. What do you have to do? New carpet and paint? I mean, it's not going to be a different use, is it? Mark, do you know?
Not a different use, but on a temporary basis, there may be some ability to move some staff around to use existing space that the library vacates. But on a permanent basis, the reason that we're undertaking the master facilities planning process is so that we can come up with a list of recommendations that meets all of our needs through build out, and have a schedule and a proposed funding strategy to implement those pieces in a sequence that meets the highest need first. So prioritizing needs. And so that as a long-term strategy is what we're proposing. Yes, on a temporary basis, if we need some overflow space, of course, we can stage some offices because there are already office spaces over there. But on a long-term basis, we want to plan that out and do something from a project perspective, similar to what we're doing with the proposed new libraries, to plan that out and to make sure that we're capitalizing on the space for build out.
Okay, I have a couple more things. So, and with regard to the grant, Jandy, didn't you say usually it's 99% that you will get the grant once you've been identified?
The grant has been available since, I want to say 2012. To date, none of the recommended projects have not been awarded.
Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. You said something to that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then amenities. Okay, so this kind of goes back to my pet peeve about nothing on Town Square. Yeah, we need amenities. This city is growing and we can't wait until years down the road to start doing something about offering some amenities. We don't have anything to offer right now in amenities except golf and, you know, a lake that most of us can't access unless you live on it. So we need amenities. We need, for for something for people to want to come here to do and to take part in. So I think the library is an important amenity. So there you go.
I'll just make one quick comment and then Councilmember Kennedy. Councilmember Ball asked, you know, how hard can it be? That was the same question we were asking when we bought the building. We said, you know, oh, this is gonna be easy, you know, it's not gonna cost us anything to bring it up to code. We can put everybody in there, and then it ended up costing us a lot more. And as far as the legislature goes, I mean, we'll know during the legislative session if this is gonna happen.
The grant.
The grant, exactly. The challenge is that they're going into the next legislative session with a multi-billion-dollar deficit. And I'm not exactly sure where they're gonna take that money out of. Hopefully, it's not the commerce grants, but it could be a whole host of other grants that they take them out of. So I just wanted to make sure that we're clear that we'll know we'll have a good idea, I would say, in February or March if it's gonna fall apart. Councilmember Kennedy.
I would like to say something again, but I don't want to jump in if some other council members would like to make comments.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. So, you know, as I listen around the dais, you know, I hear essentially the conversation, in my opinion, as I've thought about this over the last couple of months, as we move forward with hiring the project manager, is really, this is a conversation of needs and wants and opportunity cost. So from a standpoint of a need, I think that word gets thrown around a little bit. We do have a library and it's functioning very well. It draws people into our city and people are using the services provided there, and everybody seems to be very happy, other than they wish, you know, there was a little bit more space for more activities and things like that. Spokane County is also providing this service. My family uses both. Opportunity cost. I want to talk about a couple of things here, but ultimately, whether we move forward with this or some other project, there's going to be an opportunity cost. If we take all the funds out of the general fund and empty the REIT piggy bank to do this project, there is another project that's not going to be done, and that project will cost more. That's just a fact. So the way I look at the, you know, and Councilmember Van Orman, and kind of to touch on what Councilmember Kennedy has talked about, is that I feel like we do need to look at this as a whole rather than look at the library in a silo. I've brought this up before. We're in debt on another project. REIT is currently making the yearly bond payment, and it was my understanding that Golf Operations was going to be paying that, but I saw in the most recent financials that the REIT is paying that $400,000, which originally we were told that Golf Operations should be able to cover that payment. So one, we're in debt on one project. I look at that as, you know, we just bought a boat this summer and we're loving it. The truck's getting a little bit old, but the driveway's falling apart. The driveway's not sexy. There's just nothing exciting about repaving the driveway. We'd rather go get a new truck. And because we went into debt on the boat, we have lots of cash just sitting in the bank, and we're gonna go get the new truck. That's the way I kind of look at this. Because going on to the next point I wanted to make is we have master plans for capital and infrastructure that can and should go ahead of this project, because we're holding on different city improvements until they're done. So if you recall from the capital facilities plan, we've got all these master planning that we are pushing out, and the subsequent projects below those are also being pushed out because we have to do the master plan. So I brought up in the past certain roads that are falling apart, and Lisa has come back with, well, we're waiting to get that master plan for our roadways. Looking to REIT and the general fund to pay for this now is risky. I went back and actually watched the meeting from August 9th, 2022, when we determined what funding mechanism we were going to use to pay for the library. And it seemed pretty clear that the consensus was we didn't want to run that tight. And that was why I was one of the major proponents for using as much of those ARPA funds as possible. And yes, while those came from a certain source, it's still an opportunity cost. We could have spent those on something else. We didn't have to buy a building. So as far as from my perspective and in conclusion, even if we don't, even if we do look at the library in a silo, which I don't believe we should, I believe we should, throughout the budgeting season, take a closer look and determine as a council, what is the real priority? What is the real need of the city? Stating that we did a needs assessment, well, we have a library. There is no need for a library. There is a want for a larger library, but there is no need in our city to have a larger library. So if we're gonna look at it within that silo, my suggestion would be that we put the project on hold for a minimum until Q2 of 2025. And the reason why is we are going to have an election next month in a couple of weeks. We don't know what the results of that are going to be. We don't know what the economy is going to do as a result. We talked about the grant funding, and while that could be pretty secure, we don't know for sure. And also we have a tenant in that building right now, and we don't know for sure that they're going to be out by then. We may be jumping the gun and hoping to move forward, and they may be perfectly willing to sit tight. When I looked back at that video from August of 2022, there was talk around the dais, including former Mayor Pro Tem Foyer, that talked about, yeah, we might look at this, 4+ years down the road, and we might be able to start creating a piggy bank based on those monthly payments. So that would be my recommendation at a bare minimum would be to wait until Q2 of 2025.
Real quick, Councilmember Spencer, are you amending the motion, or are you leaving it alone?
Well, I think the original motion didn't give us any specificity.
Correct.
So I would like to make a motion to push out any movement toward proceeding with the construction of the library until Q2 2025.
So this is an amendment to the previous motion that Councilmember Kennedy made. Is there a second? I'll second. Discussion.
So does
Council-
that erase his amendment?
Not yet. Not yet. Councilmember Van Orman.
If I were to add on anything to that, it would be to put in a sinking fund of no less than $2 million for that library, for when we're ready. We've got $2 million set aside for the library.
Okay. Are you making an
I would like
amendment to the
make an
amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so help me with this, Sean. I'll second that as well.
Can you say that again, Councilmember
Yeah,
Van Orman?
say it one more time, Wendy.
That at a minimum, we put $2 million away for the library as a sinking fund until we can get our plan together for what we do with all the other accessory facilities.
Okay, let's hold time out for a
Okay.
minute. Mike, your motion was to table, and I'm gonna paraphrase here. I don't need the full motion. I just want to make sure I understand, was to table this agreement until there was a better understanding of city facilities.
That's right.
Okay, and you had no particular date. It was, we had to have that information and then we could have a discussion, right?
Correct. That's
Okay.
what this body would decide.
Jed, your motion is to table the entire discussion relative to that information until Q2 of 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. And Wendy, you're saying you're going to go with amending this motion just to say that if you go to Q2 of 2025, you want to have a $2 million set aside as part of that project.
In the 2025 budget, I'd like to have $2 million set aside as a sinking fund for the library, at minimum, to go ahead and do our match.
Okay, so let's hold off. We don't want to mix these motions because right now we're talking about tabling something versus adding funds to it. So Did you second Wendy's motion? Or not?
Yes.
Was there a second?
I did.
Okay, so we've actually got two different motions here relative to this. One is about funding it, the other one is just about tabling the discussion. So that's not necessarily amending
Okay.
Jed's original motion. So we would take them in order. We'd take this $2 million
And then go back.
and then go back to Jed's and then back to Mike's.
Got it. Okay. So let me restate it real quick. So the motion, the consideration right now is Wendy's proposal to set aside $2 million in the 2025 budget for the library construction fund, for lack of a better term.
Or match.
For match.
Yeah.
And it was seconded. Councilmember Dunn.
I'm sorry. I think that we're talking about an original motion which has not been resolved. I'd like to resolve that first motion before we consider other motions.
So Mike's original motion and Jed's motions go together, right? From that perspective,
I'll
as far as
accept that.
as far as tabling it,
I'll
right?
accept that.
So Wendy's would be a separate motion relative to that. It's resolving that issue relative to whether you want to table or not, and whether the money is going to be associated with it. I'm not necessarily concerned if we did it separately. We're just trying to do it relative to how they unfold as how the motions were made at timing. So let's do this. Since you had a separate motion relative to this, let's hold off on that one
Okay.
and we'll go with Jed's motion relative to amending Mike's.
Okay, so the motion from Councilmember Spencer is to amend Councilmember Kennedy's motion to put a timeline on it of Q2 of 2025. Is that accurate, Jed? Okay.
When in 2025?
Quarter two. So that would be starting in April. Discussion on Jed's motion. Councilmember Kennedy and then Councilmember
go
Dunn.
ahead, Councilman Dunn.
Councilmember Dunn.
I speak in opposition to the motion, specifically any delay to the nature of the project. I've listened carefully to the discussion regarding the merits of why we're here tonight, and I would say an incredible array of meetings that we've attended discussing the nature of this objective. To be clear, the funding strategy that has been reported to us is, in my opinion, sound. I believe it's been carefully considered by the city staff and incorporated into our objectives in the future. To be clear, the amounts discussed related to the project itself, I think, are accurate. They reflect most of all the community's intent and what we observed as, I would say direct solicited feedback from all of our constituents. I bristle in the notion of the statement, there is no need for a larger library in our city. Starting from the year 2019, I think a needs assessment, which was delivered by a professional staff of observation to the needs of our community. It is not for me as an opinion as much as it is to carefully consider the opinions of professionals in making that decision. I see no need to delay this discussion, and I speak in opposition to this motion.
Okay, Councilmember Kennedy.
I understand the process when you make a motion and then another motion comes in. And the challenge with that is that we get lost in the weeds to the point we don't know what the hell we're doing in the first place. Because if I say no to this, how does it affect this on it? I want to compliment Councilman Ball for helping make my point. And your point was this: how expensive would it be to do something with the existing library and move over there? That's my motion.
I said part of it, move over there.
Okay, part move over, temporary. That's my motion. Okay, I'm not saying that we're going to remodel the whole thing, whatever it is. That's a discussion down the road. My motion is to postpone it until we can look at that. Now, maybe it comes down to, it's a week or two to be able to ascertain how that's going to be. That's the council's decision. But to your point, you made my point, and I thank you for that. Because your question was, how long is it going to take? That's the motion. Okay? Now, it's very clear as far as I'm concerned, as long as I've been around, this city needs a community center. We did the song and dance with Trailhead. I'm going to reiterate that again. And then we took away what we told the citizens we were going to do. We told them that you support us on this because we looked and said, this is what the citizens wanted. They wanted a community center. They don't have it right now because space, after we approved $6.2 million, space was suddenly taken away within 30 days.
Point of order,
Legal
can
question.
we have a discussion on the motion that's on the floor?
Yes, the motion on the floor is whether to add the Q2 language to Councilmember Kennedy's motion. Councilmember,
And also, can I make a motion to extend the meeting?
Yeah.
yes,
Let's, before we do that, let's do this first.
Councilmember Kennedy, do you want to just wrap up on that?
Thank you, Councilman Kurz, for bringing that to my attention. Thank you.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to accept Jed's motion to add Q2 to Councilmember Kennedy's motion. We're only talking about adding Q2. All in favor?
So.
Yes.
You say Q2, so the second quarter, we would bring
Yes.
this back for
Correct.
discussion. Is the
Correct.
motion. And-
Correct. It amends Councilmember Kennedy's
Okay,
original
So
motion.
can we hear the whole thing, like in one?
Kelsey, do you want to read it one more
with the
time?
Modifications, so I'm clear on what I'm voting for.
So Councilmember Spencer's motion was to push out any movement towards proceeding with construction of the library until Q2 of 2025, which would amend Councilmember Kennedy's motion to postpone the decision of the library project until evaluation of the existing City Hall library and police department.
So essentially what we're doing here with Councilmember Spencer's motion is we're putting a time on it. Councilmember Kennedy's motion did not have a time on it. Okay, so all in favor of Councilmember Spencer's amendment, putting the Q2 language on, please say aye. 3, all opposed? Okay, motion fails 3-4. Now we're back to the original Councilmember Kennedy motion, which was to put off discussion until we get
Until evaluation
of the other projects.
evaluation of these items, which has a ripple effect of moving forward with the library.
Any more discussion on that? We got 7 minutes before we need to extend.
No, but I gotta wait.
Yeah.
What specific projects? I don't want to get into this where it's like, well, we don't know about this and we don't know about that and we don't know about this. So what concrete projects do you need to have an answer to before we can discuss this again?
Before we discuss it again, would be research on the to me, the priority is of between the library building, the city hall and police department is the existing library. That specifically, what are we going to do with that?
So you want to have a plan for the library space that we would vacate through a,
What will we be doing? What is our plan going to be? If it's going to be taking from here and moving over there, what Mark made a very good point is some of that could be done. We don't know what that is right now. All I'm asking for is a time to evaluate that before we jump in and say it's $5.8 million. That's all I'm asking, is that we evaluate that so we can move forward, because it's a ripple effect. You cannot deny. No one has brought up an argument that we shouldn't consider what we're going to do with the existing library. Okay? I've never brought up that we shouldn't move forward. I've never brought up that we shouldn't have a community center. That's been top as far as I'm concerned. But if there's been so much discussion on what the property is worth, where we're going to get the money, all that type of stuff, I don't want to suddenly get 30 days down the road, 60 days down the road, and now we have to start dealing with the existing library space and go through the same motion. And I don't want to hear after the fact is that, well, we should have dealt with this at that time. Now's the time to do it.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:15.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm not opposed.
Okay. You were or were not?
I was not.
Okay, so unanimously, Kelsey.
So, I'm still not entirely clear on what concrete information you need to have to make a decision. It's circular to me, and so I don't want to get here, like you're saying, in 30 days, you're like, well, I don't have this information now. So do you want to see a plan for the old library space? Or are you looking for a master plan for the whole town?
No, I'm not looking for a master plan. Let me go back and reiterate. My motion is strictly having to do with the existing library, city hall, and police department space. This body will determine if those all three are priorities or maybe just one. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one. My priority is the existing building over there. What are we gonna do with that? What are we gonna do with that? It's not gonna sit vacant. We're gonna have to do something about it. Now's the time to start looking at how we're gonna make that
So you
transition.
want a plan, including costs for the capital assets, our city buildings.
Some of that rough estimate could probably be taken care of, because look at it this way. We're sitting here today with a $5.8 million vote possibly tonight, and all that started on not firm numbers.
Okay, but to get firm numbers, you have to have a design plan done by an agency. And so we would need to commit to investing in somebody to do that design, so we know what the numbers are, because we clearly don't know numbers.
Councilman Kurtz, when this body bought the building for $2.1 million, then it was estimated to cost 1.5 to bring it up to date. We had no conceptual design at all.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So in order to make a decision
So
on
we
the
did-
library.
We did have the opportunity to figure out what some of the costs were going to be.
Right, so we would need to go through an RFP process and select somebody who has the experience and education to give us concrete and firm numbers for you to make a decision on moving forward.
That's not true.
I'm unclear how that's not.
Point of order,
Okay.
can we take turns here?
All right, so Councilmember Kurtz, do you want to wrap up and then we'll go to, do you have anything else you want to add to this?
I just feel like it's a vague, the plan is vague. And so I don't know what concrete information the city needs to present and what expenses we're going to need to go through in order to get the information that Councilmember Kennedy wants in order to make a decision on the library, the old library.
Okay, Councilmember Ball. And then
I'm sorry, I blanked. Go ahead, Mike.
Councilmember.
Yeah, so the problem I have with the current motion on the table is I feel like it's limiting and it is vague. But I think going back to my point earlier, right now, well, let's go back to August of 2022. There was nothing set in stone that said, hey, it looks like the lease is going to come up in this date and then we're going to build a building. I mean, I'm sure there was some thoughts to that. I'm sure there was some people sitting there thinking that's what we're going to do, but there was never any concrete plan to do that. At some point along the way, we were presented with the option to hire a project manager, which I was against because we hadn't revisited any of those numbers. That same individual was the one that presented to us in August of 2022 with the number of 1.5. So I'm not really certain why we couldn't have entertained that before hiring them as the project manager to move forward with the building. So the way I see this is we don't have to build a library right at this moment. We can if we want to. The way I'm looking at it is we've got all sorts of projects that we could potentially do. We have a capital facilities plan and we have lots of things that could be done. So my question is, why are we taking the library and putting it at the head of the line and draining all of our reserves? Why are we proposing to do that? That's my question. We have projects right now that we could do with $5.8 million. Why are we putting the library at the front of the line? It's not because it's a need, it's a want.
Again, the motion on the table is Councilmember Kennedy's motion, which would delay a decision until we have a city building assessment. Is that accurate, Kelsey? Can you restate it again?
Until evaluation of the existing city hall, library, and police department spaces.
Okay.
One clarifying question.
Councilmember Van Orman, you had your hand up. Do you want to go?
Just a question for Mark. How long would that take to go ahead and do we have a time frame?
Well, like I mentioned before, we are currently underway with the master facility planning effort, and the result of that planning effort, which we would expect to be able to bring back before council in late February, early March, would be a proposed, call it a build-out plan, or a needs assessment for build-out. That will include very rough cost estimates and proposed funding strategies. But like we're kind of talking about here, those estimates will have to be fine-tuned with going through the process of hiring someone to do a precise cost estimate for whatever is the next era of the existing library space. So that precision will not occur by late February, early March. To Councilmember Kurtz's earlier point, we would have to go out and do an RFP process, hire a firm to do that, and then go through that exercise similar to what we've done with Turner and Townsend Harry on the library project.
Councilmember Kennedy had his hand up. Did you want to go earlier? You had your hand up. Okay, Councilmember Kurtz.
Mark, does the master planning process that you're going through now currently contemplate the library, or is that not contemplated because we were in this other separate process?
Contemplate which facility for the library? It contemplates that the library is moving to 23129 East Mission. And so what it is not doing a needs assessment or a master planning assessment piece on the new library. It is, the scope of the project is the existing police library facility, this building, and essentially the temporary facilities out at the Public Works yard.
All right, any more comments? Yes, Councilmember Spencer and then Councilmember Dunn.
I'd like to propose an amendment to Mike's motion that we not just simply limit it to a couple of the capital facilities, but that we take time as a council to determine, one, if we want to spend this amount of money, period, that we hadn't intended to spend, and two, what is our priority? And I want to take into consideration roads, other capital facilities. I want us to take into consider all of those things, because in my opinion, the way I've seen this whole thing come down the pipeline is that somehow it got a fast track to the front of the line. And we weren't even given the opportunity to say, hold on, do we want to spend this money? Because that was my opposition originally in hiring a project manager. It seemed backwards to me. It was, in my mind, we first identify, do we have some money, some money that we have available to spend on something we hadn't planned already? And do we want to do that now? We weren't given the opportunity to have a discussion to say, is this the top priority for our city? Clearly, some individuals on the council and off the council believe that the library is the number one priority, and that we should drain our REIT account to the tune of 3 times the amount that we're paying towards the annual payment towards Trailhead, and also taking several million out of general fund. And granted, we might get a grant, we might get some community funding from some community partners. That's all great, but in my opinion, we should expand our look at all of the things that our city could potentially spend money on and determine, is the library the top priority? If that's what we decide ultimately, that's fine, but we haven't had that discussion.
So let me, go ahead, Sean. I think
So
you're gonna
that-
say the same thing.
Yeah, that's more than just a motion. So,
Yeah.
so let's, if you want to make a
Fine.
motion, just say what your
Yeah.
motion is.
Sorry, I should have saved the rest for discussion. So I would like to make an amendment to Councilmember Kennedy's motion that we, as a city council, take a look at all potential city projects and determine what our top priority is if we want to spend this $5.8 million. First, we have to determine whether we're going to spend it, and second, what the top priority is.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? I'll second it for discussion. Councilmember Kennedy, did you have something you were gonna say?
God forbid.
Councilmember Kurtz.
We have had the opportunity. We've discussed this for 2 years. We bought a building. I mean, that was the priority we established by buying a building. That vote established where we were headed with this. We had a vote, even though you disagreed with it, to move forward on the planning process. So we have been on this train, even though there's not, not unanimous vote for that. But that is the will of this body, was to move forward. I think some of the votes have been 7-0, some of them have been 6-0, some have been 5-2. But whether by a supermajority or unanimous vote, this body has decided how to move forward at several opportunities. And if we were going to identify a priority, specifically based on the community, we'd be talking about a pool today, and we're not. So I think that we have the opportunity to be going through the capital facilities planning process, which we always do. Those are our opportunities, and every year we haven't changed direction. And so if we wanted to change direction, the time to do that would have been last year. If we wanted to change direction, the time to do that would have been to not move forward with the planning and the contract that we have with Townsend and Heery. And so I think to go back to the drawing board and reassess our entire priorities, I think we should have done that a while ago. I love doing that sort of work. But we have invested a significant amount of money, and I know people are going to say, but we don't have to go forward. But this council did create a priority. We've been doing this for a while, even though not everybody agrees with it.
All right, the motion is Councilmember Spencer's amendment to Councilmember Kennedy's original motion, and I'm not going to repeat it, but everyone heard it. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion fails 6-1. All right, we're back to Councilmember Kennedy's motion, which we've all heard it as well. So any more discussion? Councilmember Dunn.
Mike, just to clarify, I think I heard the facilities group you described as new library, I'll just say 23-129 East Mission. Current library, police building, right? That's number 2. And then I heard the number 3 was City Hall. Did I get it right?
No.
Okay.
I'm not talking about number 1, the existing.
So
I'm not talking about the one that we're moving to.
Gotcha.
That's not
So
part of it.
strike that. So I got
Strike
2
that.
things I'm talking about. It's the current library police building.
Correct.
And the City Hall.
Correct.
So if those 2 things came to you, you'd have the information to make that decision.
Correct.
Can we clarify that motion, please?
Kelsey, we just read his motion again.
Councilmember Kennedy's motion was to, he moved to postpone the decision of the library project until evaluation of the existing city hall, existing library and police department space.
So 2 things I'm going to put a circle on and just draw a bow around is what is in this motion as the information that Councilmember Kennedy needs to make this decision.
That's right. That hasn't changed.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for helping with.
So that is the current motion on the floor. Councilmember Ball.
Okay, I guess I would like to amend that to put a time limit on that. How long are we going to wait for this evaluation of these other facilities?
Okay, what's your time limit?
4 weeks.
Okay, so it would be November 16th, 15th, November 15th. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, November 15th is the motion to put a time frame on Councilmember Kennedy's original motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, so discussion. Councilmember Kurtz.
Is that realistic?
No.
And I appreciate the time limit discussion, but I think what I heard earlier is to have that discussion about the buildings. We're talking February or March of next year. And then to have the discussion about the costs, which I think is also a key aspect of Councilmember Kennedy's ask. We would have to go through the RFP process to get the design process done to have those firm and educated cost assessments. Is that accurate?
There will be rough projected costs associated with a list of potential needs filling projects that will come with the result of the master facility planning process with some funding strategies associated with it. In order to take any one of those potential projects and fine tune it to a real cost that we're talking about here with this project, it's going to take another effort. which would not be done by late February, early March.
I'm gonna make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
Okay, we have Councilmember Kennedy seconder. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 7-0. Thank you. Councilmember Kennedy.
I think we're making this very, very difficult. Very difficult. I don't know, we don't know the existing building that we may have to get in there and redo all the air conditioning and things of that sort. I don't care at this point. In my mind, what's the simple way of looking at this is that if we're gonna vacate that building and has a ripple effect to this building here, how long would it take for Mark and his team to sit down and determine what could move over there? What would it look like? And why would we have to do any remodeling to that building at all?
Okay, just real quick, the motion that we're debating right now is Councilmember Ball's motion to,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. Councilmember Ball made a motion, Annie seconded it to add a time frame onto Councilmember Kennedy's motion of November 15th. So the discussion should be on November 15th as the time frame.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In our 8/9/22 meeting, we were presented with a feasibility study. So that's not in depth, but could a feasibility study be done between now and then?
What do you mean by a feasibility study?
Based on a rough idea of what you think you could do with that building over there? I mean, we're talking with regards to Councilmember Kennedy's motion.
So if you're talking about the assessment that occurred at 23129 East Mission, we can go out and hire someone to do something similar to that. I would, I don't know what that cost us to do. Lisa, Kyle, any idea what the cost of that OAC assessment was? We can get you that number fairly quickly, but we would have to go through a procurement process in order to do that. And I don't know that that would get us any better information than the facility master planning effort.
Mark, can I ask you two quick questions?
Sure.
One, so we have Councilmember Ball's motion for November 15th. You were saying that you don't think that's enough time to get even preliminary numbers, correct?
I mean, we could take a swag at some numbers.
But it's difficult.
Yes.
Okay, so then
There's
it
just too
seems to
many
me the
unknowns.
second option, based on what you were talking about, is the February, March timeframe when you bring back the entire plan. Is that accurate? And even, I'm not asking it to be real specific, but, here are some overall concepts, here's some general, what we could do, here's what we think it will cost, those type of things.
Yes.
And that could be February or March.
We're anticipating for that to be completed to the point where we can bring it back to council in late February, early March.
Okay, so it seems to me there are two options here. One is Councilmember Ball's amendment, which would be November 15th with a rough potential plan, or February and March with still a rough plan, but not quite as rough. Yes?
Yes, and I'll qualify that by saying that the master facility planning effort is not only to define what is next for the existing library space. It's looking at all of the city
Everything.
facility needs through build out.
Right.
So it
got
will
it.
come with all of that information.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is Councilmember Ball's motion to put the November 15th timeframe on Councilmember Kennedy's motion. Any other discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. And those opposed? Nay. All right, so motion fails 6-1. Now we're back to Councilmember Kennedy's original motion, which, as we just heard from Mark, contemplates the February, March timeframe. Yes, Councilmember Kurtz.
So I feel like we're going to be in the exact same situation we're in now in February or March, because we're going to have these vague numbers that we're not, and now we're talking about jamming planning for the potential growth of the city and all of our city buildings into like 3 months, and really not making a meaningful and thoughtful approach, in my mind, to the planning process, what we need, what we want. And I just feel like we're gonna be in the same boat. It's gonna be very vague. It's not gonna be helpful. And then at the end of the day, when we actually get the costs, we're gonna be like, well, we didn't know. We thought it was gonna be this, based on vague numbers. I don't think that what we're talking about is gonna get us the information that's being required to move forward or not on the library. And I don't like the idea that we're looking at trying to identify really fast what to do with the police building and what to do with the extra space, because I think that those are that takes some thought to make sure that it's sustainable for the next 50 years, not just because we couldn't decide what to do with the library. So I think that's the frustrating part, is that I don't think we're going to be any further along, and we will have kicked this can down the road and we'll be in the same spot.
And if I can qualify, just to make sure that I'm giving you as much information as I possibly can without having the results of the plan in front of me. You're going to see a menu of options that you will then have to take and go through and game plan what is the best collection of those options to meet specific goals that you may have. So those things, those decisions will take some time. And those decisions will then turn into what's next. Do we want to focus attention on the space that is currently the library to the extent that we go out and develop a project to remodel that space? That's where the precision will come. That's a year plus down the road.
Okay, so Councilmember Spencer, did you have?
Oh, I was just gonna point out that, I believe when we were presented the costs for the, potential library project, that they were projecting out to at least Q2. So just keep that in mind.
All right, so the motion is to, Kelsey, will you read it one more time for me? Thank you.
To postpone the decision on the library project until evaluation of the existing city hall, library, and police department space.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-3. Okay. Do we need to go back to Councilmember? Okay, so back to Councilmember Van Orman's previous motion, which was, shouldn't you restate it? Or is it still?
Kelsey reading.
Okay.
So Councilmember Van Orman's motion was to add a minimum of 2 million as a sinking fund in the 2025 budget until we can get our plan together for other accessory facilities.
Okay, and Councilmember Dunn.
Point of order, isn't that a part of the budget process we'll be beginning in very quickly?
Yes. The answer to that question is yes.
So I don't necessarily think there's a motion on the table here as much as Wendy, it's really important you bring that forward when we have our budget to talk about.
There was a motion, so we'll have to vote.
So
on it,
you have to,
but-
still have to vote on it, but yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, Councilmember Ball.
Oh, clarify for me what a sinking fund is.
Go ahead, Councilmember Van Orman.
So you have them.
All right.
All right, so the motion is what Kelsey just said. All those, all those in favor, please say aye.
Repeat it.
Yes,
again.
go ahead, Kelsey.
Adding a minimum of 2 million away as a sinking fund in the 2025 budget until we can get our plan together for the other accessory facilities.
And as Councilmember Dunn points out, this can also be done via the budget process
So I vote on it.
because it's already been seconded. So we've got to vote on it. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 1-6, 6-1, sorry. All right,
Council comments.
that's it, right?
Yep.
Okay. Council comments. We're up to item number 12. Any council comments?
Oh, I have some.
Yes, Councilmember Ball.
I guess she's gone. When Lynn brought up the sidewalk issue and perhaps, economies of scale amongst neighbors to get those things fixed. There is a neighbor that I noticed has these bags around the bottom of his trees. And I asked him if that was to keep, weed whackers or animals away. No, what they do is they contain water and then it goes straight down into the ground rather than the roots sucking up the water from the irrigation. It drives the roots straight down so they don't screw up the sidewalks. So I just thought that was really interesting and I just wanted to pass that information on. He said he ordered it from Amazon. So anyway, I just thought that was really cool.
All right, any other council comments? All right, hearing none, we have no public hearings, no resolutions, no ordinances, no emergency ordinances. Introduction of upcoming agenda items. Get to the paper here. I can find it. All right, so we did public camping and town square tonight, and restaurant, and public art. We knocked out a lot tonight. Capital and budget and capital facilities plan on the October 29th special meeting. Mark, I was gonna ask about the Transparency Act. We kind of put that on hold so we could do the town hall meeting, but I'm wondering, do we bring that back now? Or are we waiting for more info from the town hall meeting or?
I don't think we're waiting for more info because we didn't get a lot of feedback on that particularly. So in fact, I don't think we got to that agenda item. So we can schedule that to bring back to council workshop.
Okay. Any others? Yes, Councilmember Kurtz.
We have the rules of procedure and I'd like to set a date. We have the code of ethics. I'd like to set a date. And I had asked for another workshop on length of meetings and whether to add another meeting based on our habit of going till 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night.
Okay.
So I would like that one sooner rather than later, if we can.
Can Mark or Annie or whoever answers this question, can we do rules of procedure on the 19th of November? Or are we gonna be too swamped with budget?
I think we'll be too swamped with budget. I was thinking that like getting a little subgroup together to do the rules of procedure, if people are interested, same thing with the code of ethics piece, and then having those back on the agenda first of the year.
Okay. Did you catch all that, Mark? Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, Councilman Schmidt.
In light of Mr. Clay's comments tonight and emails to us, I'd like to revisit this. I've talked about this in the past, but I'd like to figure out, through a workshop or of some sort, how we can address this issue regarding the secondhand smoke.
Okay. Add that on here. Any others? Okay. I think we're good. All right, we are now up to citizen comments. So again, we'll have 3 minutes for everyone who's left here in chambers or anyone online. Please tell us who you are if you're a resident of the city. And again, you'll be limited to 3 minutes and just come on up one by one.
Hello, David Clay here in Liberty Lake. Again, thank you for allowing me to do this. This has been, as the first time coming here, this has been very enlightening. Very enlightening. And God bless all of you. I really do appreciate your passion. And I can only hope that you have your package. So I'm not going to tell you what my recommendation is other than to adopt an ordinance here in Liberty Lake. Because right now I'm a prisoner in my house and so are many of my neighbors. You talk about in the city plan, citizens' comments, citizens' concerns. Right now, we have no recourse. I've gone to Deputy Chief Morgan to include the Attorney General. I can't come out of my house because my neighbor smokes marijuana 5 to 6 times a day. We've talked to him, he doesn't care. Chief Morgan sent a patrol officer over. All we can do is say, will you please not do it? The Spokane Valley has a city ordinance that's in your packet that prevents someone from producing a smoke, odor, or toxin, which is marijuana smoke, from entering into your property or affecting your quality of life. I can't open up my windows. I can't sit on my back porch, my front porch. My other neighbor on the other side of this individual is pregnant. She fears the secondhand smoke. CDC says 1 minute of smoke, of marijuana smoke, can affect your health. It's in your package. Please look at it. We need to adopt a policy, or we're gonna run citizens out of Liberty Lake. If there is no ordinance that protects me in my own home, then I'm moving because I can't stay there for health reasons. My other neighbors don't open up their windows because there's nothing they can do. I have a firefighter who lives 2 doors down. I asked him, do you let your kids play in the backyard when he's out there smoking marijuana? He goes, oh, heck no, they come in the house. My son won't bring my grandkids over to our house because that's how much marijuana smoke it is. You can adopt. You can leave here today feeling good about something. Adopt a policy that costs you nothing. Gives the police department a means to enforce quality of life. There should be no question about your ability to want to breathe clean air. That should be free. Well, it's not, because we have laws in the state. 22 states right now have those laws that legalize recreational marijuana. Many other states are now adopting policies to restrict that if it impacts somebody else's quality of life and your ability to want to breathe clean air. You go home tonight and think of your life without your grandkids, your kids, or one of your siblings or parents or grandparents, because that's what's going to happen. Marijuana smoke is replacing tobacco smoke from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. It's getting that well. I asked my neighbor why he moved here from Idaho. He still has Idaho place, so I can smoke marijuana legally. And oh, by the way, I can still buy guns in Idaho because he's a dual citizen. I'm asking you and urging you to do something to protect the citizens of Liberty Lake. I want this to be my lifelong home.
Thank you,
Please
sir.
consider it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Just to make sure we have enough time for citizen comment, I'm gonna make a motion to extend to 10:35.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Nope, we're good. All opposed? Okay, 7-0. Thank you. We're extended to 10:35. Lynn, you're up.
Okay, so a lot of discussion, a lot of points of view. So I just want you to stop for a minute and think about what is our city's brand? What do we stand for? And what do you want to tell the community about what we stand for and who we are? I've said it a bunch of times, I know. The library gets more footsteps than any public city building. It is a free service that is offered to every single member of this community, regardless of their age, their gender, their education. So I want you to think about that and know that, yeah, we have a library now. Yeah, does it work? Yeah, it does. Is it what it should be and what our community deserves? No, it is not. You talk about lipstick on a pig, that's where the library is now. And boy, I'm telling you, they do a great job of making it work on a day-to-day basis. But it's not what our community deserves. They deserve better. And then as a last thing that I just want to comment on regarding funding and things, there is citizens who are working on fundraising for the library at this point in time, but it is extremely difficult to have a conversation with companies and major donors and even smaller businesses and individuals when I can't say, or anyone who is doing fundraising can't say, we are making a move of our library. It's really hard to walk up to them and say, well, I think maybe we're going to move our library and I'd really like you to help the city. It's something that we need to settle soon and make a commitment on. So that's what I'm asking for. Please make a decision that we're going to move forward with the library. Make the decision soon. You guys are smart people. I know you will work out the numbers and what needs to happen, but there is a very real group of people in the community and businesses that are willing to support this. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Lynn. Yep, go ahead. Yeah, no, you're fine.
Brad Hamlet, citizen of the city, resident for 9 years now. Been working with the library and Friends of the Library and current member of the board, which this comment is not as a board member, it is as a citizen. I believe when this was first brought forward, that in the first work order, there was a provision for having a project manager that would review all of the city buildings and present that as part of this whole process going forward. And I believe that was eliminated from that first work order, which confuses me as to why we're here and we're having this big discussion when it was eliminated from that very first work order. I'm with Glenn. Our community has said over and over again, back in 2018 with the needs assessment, that the library is very, very important to this community. The youth use this community, this library, like nobody's business. It is important. We have some of the best professional librarian people working in that library, which gives the perception that we don't need a new library because they are so efficient and they are good at their job. And the needs assessment, I hate to differ, but I will, did say that the library was needed, a new library actually at a bigger library, 19,000 square feet rather than the 15,000 square feet that the city purchased at build out. And that's what we're trying to do, is to establish a library that will meet the needs of our citizens at build out. And so it's very frustrating to sit here and listen. I got frustrated with the trailhead for the same darn reason. It was all this stuff. It was coming up, kicked down the road, and now we have a new building, which we needed. But did it meet the needs of what the citizens were asking for at the time? No, it did not. It does not. And the library can meet those needs to an extent if we just make a decision and move forward. And that's what I'm asking you to do, and to do it soon. Either make the decision to move forward, or please just put the whole thing to rest. One or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments online? Okay, let's extend to 10:40 if that's okay with the council. I'll make a motion to extend to 10:40 so we can get to the other citizen comments.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right. Any opposed? Okay. Just for those listening online, just tell us who you are and if you're a resident of the city, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Shauna Dean. I am a citizen of Liberty Lake. This is to address Councilmember Kennedy's comments about wanting the city to be known for the arts and not just golf. The interesting thing about that comment is that literature is the arts. The library is the biggest center for the arts in this community. And yet you're postponing your motion. You're pushing forward to postpone this decision. And instead, what this community is known for is the community that bans books. It's if you Google us, that's what comes up. And on top of that, Councilmember Kennedy, we in June, it was proposed doing a master facilities plan alongside this project so that you would have all this information, and you voted against that. So I'm not quite sure what it is that you want. That's it.
All right, thank you. Do we have more comments? Nope. Okay. All right. Thank you all for your citizen comments. And if there's nothing else from the council, we're adjourned.